have built here. Let us continue to imagine, create, and lead with courage in our communities, our professions, and in our hearts. Here's to the success of this forum, to the incredible women and men who made this possible, and to the bright future we will shape together. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Olga, very much. And thank you for your excellent efforts. Before we start with our sessions today, we would like to announce about a workshop and sessions that take place in the black box in the next hall. So everybody is welcome to go there. Our first one, workshop, is with the well-known Getty images about photography, and it will start at 12:30. So let's start with our panel today and our session today under name the cultural architects, creators, redefining heritage and identity from museums to games, design, fashion tech, and digital archives. Let's welcome to the stage again the moderator of this session, Ms. Olga Balakates.
I'm afraid I'm back. Well, it's a great privilege and great meaning to me as a person of culture to be able to moderate this special panel, and especially with such experts of culture and cultural heritage. So I really would like to say a few words before I will start introducing each of our wonderful panelists. Culture, and of course creativity, so connected. Culture lives through those who dare to interpret it differently. And our speakers today are the creative voices behind new life into heritage. They're blending memory, artistry, and modern identity. To redefine heritage is not to forget where we come from, but to reimagine how we carry it forward. And today's panel brings together creators who are doing exactly that, shaping identity through imagination and purpose. Art and culture are the bridges between history and possibility. The women who are joining us in a moment are building those bridges, designing the cultural blueprints of tomorrow. Let's welcome Her Excellency, Dr. Susan Alahaya, CEO of Royal Institute of Traditional Arts. Dr. Amal Al-Abdul-Jabbar, General Manager of Education, Research and Innovation and Heritage Commission at the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. Ahlam Kluntoon, who is founder and CEO of Baha Adaptive Fashion. Amira Fouad, CEO and founder of Encore Performing Arts. Her Highness Princess Sofia Volkonsky, who is a founder and CEO of Castilia. And Elizabeth de Moraes, CEO and founder of ELI Productions, Branding and Presence Strategies. Does it? It works. So, let's start. So, Her Excellency Dr. Susan Al-Nkhaya, who is the CEO of Royal Institute of Traditional Arts. Dr. Susan is a national leader in cultural education and heritage preservation. She has shaped Saudi Arabia's creative identity by championing innovation in traditional arts. Her work ensures that the kingdom's cultural legacy remains a living, evolving source of pride. I will start with the first question for you, Dr. Susan, if you allow me. You've led one of Saudi Arabia's most visionary cultural institutions. How do you ensure that when we modernize heritage, we don't dilute it? That innovation strengthens rather than overshadows tradition?
Thank you, Abla. I'm so glad to be here and so happy to meet everyone. Thank you for all who organized this wonderful event, and very great to meet my fellow panelists. So at the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, we see traditional arts as a moving, dynamic force, not a static remnant state of the past. And we make sure in our programs at Worth that the programs that we build is based in a very strong knowledge of traditional arts. At the same time, is give the students the time and also the space to bringing it to the future and add innovation to it. Also, as well, when you go to our labs every day, we witness our students when they connect the identity with the arts, and they bringing it in that way to the future, then our arts will be really reviving and bringing it to the newer generation.
Thank you very much. Well, it is so much about the traditions and the future and how you combine it. And of course, education, being here on the stage of Princess Noura University, we are thinking about the importance of education all the time. Thank you very much. So I will move now to the next panelist with a short introduction. Dr. Amal, I have to put my glasses. Dr. Amal Al-Abdurrahman, who is the General Manager of Education, Research and Innovation at the Heritage Commission of the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Amal leads digital transformation and innovation in heritage through data, education, and research. Her focus lies in creative, sustainable, knowledge-driven frameworks that empower the next generation to shape Saudi Arabia's cultural future. And my first question for Dr. Amal would be, you are driving digital transformation within the Ministry of Culture. How do data, AI, and technology help us protect something as human and emotional as heritage?
Thank you, Olga. Thank you for having me. So I would like to kind of break it down a little bit. In terms of heritage, humanity, and technology, they're not disconnected. They're actually very much interconnected and interdependent. So technology is not a threat to authenticity in any way. It's actually an extension of our human story. And its cultural heritage evolves with the people and their innovations. And in terms of how we drive it in the Ministry of Culture, I'm only one small part of it. The Ministry of Culture has 16 entities. And each and every one of them works on preserving its heritage through data and innovation. One of the things that Dr. Suzanne also would attribute to, they have a master's degree in digital heritage as well at Worth. So also, technology strengthens every stage of cultural heritage. If we're going to look at the value chain of heritage, we are there to preserve, protect, and promote heritage. So preserving through smart systems, monitoring buildings, even security, in a sense, securing these sites. If we're going to look at protection as well, and in terms of promotion, we leverage AI or VR technologies to tell the story, or tell the story of our heritage through technology. And in another way, if we look at technology, it doesn't replace emotions and humanity, it actually amplifies it. And I think this is a good way to look at digitalization and heritage and culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we are at Creative Women Forum so grateful to the Ministry of Culture. We're really honored to have proper collaboration this year, and thank you so much for joining us on this panel today. Now we're moving to the next panelist, Ahlam Khuntoun, who is the founder and CEO of Baha Adaptive Fashion. Ahlam is pioneering adaptive fashion in Saudi Arabia, creating inclusive clothing for people with disabilities. Her work challenges beauty standards and redefines design as a tool for empowerment and visibility. My first question, Ahlam, for you would be, you've redefined fashion as a form of inclusion and empowerment. Do you think the global fashion industry genuinely understands inclusivity, or is it still a marketing slogan more than a movement?
That's a very interesting question, because what we see now in the fashion industry is that they are talking a lot about inclusivity, but there is a difference between talking about it and actually living it and doing it. So when you talk about inclusivity, it's not just like maybe a photo shoot of diversity. No, it's actually doing it and designing with empathy. So in Baha, we design for disabled individuals, but we do not actually name them as disabled. We try to have our designs to be beautiful and functional at the same time. So to me, inclusion is that when you see a person and he is proud of who he is, not because we included him into the equation, no, because we actually see them for who they are. So I don't think that the fashion industry now is using it just as maybe a slogan, but it's just the beginning, and we are actually really seeing more inclusivity within the fashion industry.
Beautiful mission you're having. It's really very, very moving, and I personally would love to learn more about what you're doing, and Creative Women would love to be involved and support what you're doing.
Thank you.
Amira Fouad, CEO and founder of Encore Performing Arts. She's a renowned concert pianist and artistic director. She has redefined performing arts in the Middle East through Encore and many incredible ventures, cultural ventures, and some of them in partnership with Dubai Opera. She has created a new cultural ecosystem, one that celebrates diversity, youth, and cross-border collaboration. And additionally, I would like to say that Amira is a chair of Creative Women Platform in the United Arab Emirates, and been a long-time admired friend and colleague, and a wonderful musician colleague. First question to you, Amira. You've bridged the worlds of classical music and cultural innovation in the Middle East. What have you learned about the role of performance as a cultural bridge between East and West?
Thank you so much, Olga, for the lovely introduction. It is a privilege to be here. Thank you to everyone who made this happen, and to Princess Noura and the university. First of all, I'd just like to say how much it warmed my heart to see the students of the university here. Education has been at the heart of my work since I was 14 years old and taught my first piano student at home. And it's just lovely to see how enriching things are here in Saudi Arabia. So to answer your question, Olga, I had to think long and hard, and then I realized it was quite a simple question, because I am actually a bridge between East and West. I'm Egyptian, but I'm born in Glasgow to Egyptian parents, raised in Canada and educated in France, the UK, and Canada. I married in Cairo, and my husband took us around the world. I ended up in Dubai 10 years ago, and back to education, I can relate to all the young students that come to us because they're all from a different ethnicity, holding different passports, and a little lost. They might not speak English well, they might not speak Arabic well, but they can play music together and they can communicate through this wonderful art. And what I've learned through years of being so privileged to have a wonderful education and having been supported by the Canada Council, by the British Council, by the French Ministry of Culture, is that we need our governments to support the arts, and I'm going to say this loud and clear later on in my presentation. After 8 years of working in Dubai, we now have a wonderful partnership with Dubai Culture, but we had to create an orchestra first. And once we did that, and once we managed to get to New York, to Carnegie Hall, the Minister of Culture came with us, and the Director General of Dubai Culture came with us with their delegations, and that was a meeting of East and West that I can't tell you how powerful it was. It was magical, literally. We had over 45 ethnicities of musicians on the stage, with only 75 musicians, but 45 ethnicities, and I can't tell you the number of passports and visas that had to go with that. But what that created was something so special that the Juilliard School of Music wanted to meet with us, that Carnegie Hall wanted to talk with us. Carnegie Hall had created one of the most respected youth orchestras in the world that I've looked up to as a model, the National Youth Orchestra USA. And we've been looking towards them and seeking advice. And then they came to us and asked us, how did we create this in 8 years? And it is all about communication between cultures and understanding through the arts and music. And I can't tell you what that creates. Magic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I can only congratulate you on everything what you're doing. And we could all agree culture is one of the most important and strong tools we have in the world. We need to achieve something. And we very much hope that we could build, with your support and with Creative Women, many more cultural bridges between the rest of the world and Saudi Arabia. It will be our privilege to be working with our colleagues here in Saudi. We are moving to the next panelist, Her Highness Princess Sofia Volkonsky, who is the founder and CEO of Castilia. Princess Sofia reimagines historical architecture as living spaces for art, film, and heritage tourism. Her work combines preservation, innovation, and community empowerment, turning forgotten landmarks into global cultural destinations. My first question for you would be, you turn heritage sites into living cultural destinations. What's the hardest part? Preserving their soul or convincing the world they still matter?
Dear Olga, thank you so much first and foremost for having this important initiative to give all these voices a stage and the platform a unity to include creativity and include culture in many different topics. And I think that's also a very big pillar of what we are trying to do with Castilia. Also a great thank you to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura and everybody who was contributing to the valuable construction. It is an honor to be next to such important and impressive panelists. Truly, already reading about the works that everybody was doing was impressive, and bringing me to think very deeply about the question that was asked. Because first and foremost, the origination of our company, Castilla, comes from the observation that most of the things that we do all over the world and every day in our life is within a building, within an architectural structure. So essentially, these buildings become the shell of any experience that we have. And noticing that there was different epochs of architectural construction, which is why I love the topic of, or the title of our panel, the architecture formed and shaped certain focuses of an epoch, of a time of life, of a time of society. It shaped and formed the desire and the daring to think creatively and to express oneself creatively, or more daring, less daring. Architecture is a very interesting mirror of what society has been doing at a given time. So in Europe, of course, Europe prides itself with culture. It's a big attraction to many industries. We look at tourism industry, hospitality industry, big cities that become hubs of many different business directions. And it is always an anchor of authenticity, as Dr. Amal has rightfully said. So this anchor of authenticity was something that inspired me personally beyond words. And we have different countries that faced different stages of their development. And somehow the observation came to the fact that these culturally relevant and valuable architectural structures somehow faced a big gap between the life that kept on developing in the creative hemisphere, in any type of creative industry. We're talking about the event industry, film productions, even young generations as a whole. And essentially, they need life and they need financial incomes. And at the same time, we have the majority of us who are seeking and craving for authentic moments to feel them and to be a part of them. And subconsciously, we of course instantly feel them when we are in a historical building or in a building that allows us to see that these walls have shaped many of these moments for all our ancestors. So the entire idea for Castilla came to be able to merge these gaps and to essentially digitize these properties, make them accessible to the youth, to creative industries, and bring these beautiful, very much aligned worlds together. So, in a summary, it's not necessarily only to raise awareness that these buildings or these values are, or assets are important. It falls.
Thank you very much. Such hugely admirable work you're doing. And I agree with you, the title of our panel is very, very special. And you're all cultural architects who are building the future. We are going to move to our next panelist. Elizabeth de Moraes, who is CEO and founder of ELI Productions, and she's branding and presence strategist. Elizabeth is an expert in global communication and performance, and she empowers leaders to project authenticity, confidence, and cross-cultural understanding. Her work connects art, visibility, and storytelling to redefine leadership in creative industries. My first question, Elizabeth. You taught leaders how to embody confidence and cultural intelligence. Do you think cultural storytelling today has become more about visibility than substance?
Thank
you so much. First of all, if I may, I want to say thank you to Princess Noura, Your Royal Highness Princess Noura, to you, Olga, and to you, Rebecca, and the rest of the team for hosting such a beautiful experience and event. My life is, just in these few short days, has been greatly impacted and changed, so thank you so much for that. On my flight here to Saudi Arabia, I watched the movie produced by the actress Mariska Margotay, the actress, about her mother, Jane Mansfield. And Jane said something that really stood out to me, and that is that we have two responsibilities. One is to master our craft masterfully, and second is to become known. And it's this balance between substance and visibility where true storytelling comes to be. It's through visibility that the eyes come, and it's through the substance that we capture people's hearts. I want to tell you about a client of mine. Her name is Kimia. She is an executive for a Fortune 6 company. She's an amazing leader, full of intellect and empathy. But for years, she separated her professional identity from her creative one as a musician and a storyteller. But when she started weaving her artistry with her executive voice, something really profound happened. She was able to not only develop and expand her visibility, but she created community because her presence allowed and invited other people to show up fully as themselves as well, where strategy met soulfulness and analysis, and it came together with artistry. And it's when we really combine the substance with our visibility, we are no longer self-promoting, we are giving ourselves self-permission. In this day and age, we are bombarded with tens of thousands of messages per day. Attention is very fleeting, but communication and connection and consistency is what creates legacy. And we as women are beautifully positioned to lead this evolution. We're natural storytellers. We are intuitive. We're intellectually and emotionally intelligent. And we're so grounded in meaning. And so my invitation to you today is to not shy away from visibility. Just redefine it. Be grounded in your substance. Be guided by your courage. And then be expressed through your purpose. Because visibility can open the doors, but support and sustainability, or substance, is really what will keep the door open for those who are coming behind you.
Thank you so much then to substance and visibility. I've been given signs that we have to be much quicker with the second round of questions. So let's go to the second question for Her Excellency Dr. Susan Al-Haya. Many young Saudis are exploring heritage through gaming, fashion, and design. Do you think this reinterpretation risks losing authenticity, or is it a necessary evolution for a living culture?
Thank you. So the short answer maybe is going to be it's necessarily. It's going to happen anyway, either we stop it or not. So I think here comes our role for helping the newer generation to re-imprint the traditional arts and culture, but connecting it to the roots of our tradition. All the organizations in the sector, what we're doing in Worth and what other organizations are doing, is helping the newer generation to really base their re-imprintation in a very strong knowledge and understanding of their culture and roots. And it's very important to speak the language of the newer generation. In our events and our efforts in bringing awareness to the newer generation, we always speak their language. For example, there's an event for esports. We create games using traditional arts and bring them to take the experience through playing games and learning from those games, that their traditions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are going to move to the second question for Dr. Amal Al-Abdul-Jabbar. And the second question would be, Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 is rapidly globalizing the kingdom's image. How can education and research ensure that this growth stays rooted in cultural identity rather than global uniformity?
Thank you for the question. I would like to kind of reframe how we see that question. And if we are going to look at, globalization and culture and identity, globalization has been there forever through trade, through migration, even conflict. It's always had an influence on culture. It's always had an influence on art, on food, on architecture as well. So if we're going to look at identity, it evolves with the changes that happen throughout time. And if we're going to look at how we want to root our identity, it's through values, actually. So this is what should be embedded into education and into research. There are core values that make a person or a people what they are. If we're going to look at Saudis, it's generosity. It's things like, I'm going to say it in Arabic because I don't know the translation, faza. It's things like that create what identity is. And when you root these core values into a people, that's what creates that sense of belonging. And that's what creates a true evolution into a culture or into into progression that is presented by 2030, but while staying rooted. And if we're also going to look at the 2030 vision itself, it actually emphasizes the importance of staying rooted within those values, within that identity, and feeling that sense of belonging to your country and owning it to move forward.
Thank you very much. We all who came from all around the world admire the culture of Saudi Arabia and would love to learn more. And of course, this visit was very, very special. We indeed learned more and been very much inspired. Thank you. The next question for Ahlam Kuntun. Your work merges aesthetics with empathy. What was the turning point that made you see design not as a decoration, but as a social responsibility?
So I'll tell you a story. 2 years ago in Eid al-Adha, which is a celebration that we have in Islam. Usually the men wear thobe, as you see most of the men here wearing the thobe. So one of our consultants in Baha, he's a 6-year-old child with a rare disease. So he is severely disabled. Every Eid, he is unable to wear thobe because of his condition and because of specific features of his chair. So if he wears the thobe, he has all of these buckles he needs to put on, and he is not able to actually look very nice in Eid. And everyone wants to look nice in Eid. So his mother contacted me and said, Ahlam, I need help. I want him for this Eid, after 6 years, to actually wear a thobe and take pictures with his father and his brothers and go to Salah and everything wearing his thobe. So I said, Izhaliha, I will do this for you. I sat down and I tried to design several ideas until we reached a specific type of thobe, and I made it for her and I gave it to her. I gave her two types and I told her, just try it and tell me what happens. The day of Eid, she sends me pictures and videos, I'm not going to cry, of Ahmed with his family in Eid, celebrating. He has a social life. He didn't have, okay, I'm crying. So when you think about it, that was the turning point. I really believe now that I will not crack. Sorry, let's breathe.
We are with you.
Breathing
Yes.
exercise. Really, that fashion is just not, it's not just clothing. You are really helping someone re-enter society, have a life.
Yes, you're bringing that to life.
So that was actually really the turning point. And after that, I started to think about an initiative that we actually did last year. It was a collaboration between Baha and Saudi brands to actually try to have more clothes inclusive for everyone. Because it's just change where the zipper is, make it longer, make it easier for someone. So we had the first fashion show with disabled individuals and regular people within the same fashion show. It was amazing that we will be doing it again this year with المشتري نسمو الأميرة Noura, inshallah. It will be in December, so hopefully everyone also here can come and see really that we just need to change simple things and achieve inclusivity for everyone. And I will stop there because I feel something is coming.
Thank you very much for sharing. So moving, and what a mission. And we would love to bring more fashion designers to support your work. That would be really very special for us. My second question for Her Highness Princess Volkonsky. In your experience, can heritage entrepreneurship exist without privilege? Or is access to cultural preservation still limited to those with influence and means?
Thank you for that question. Essentially, privilege is a strong word, and I believe the isolation in many examples of culture is probably a little bit softer to express the situation, because oftentimes it's just a matter of access and engagement and how many opportunities people have to actually engage and interact and learn and experience cultural significances and existences. And essentially, in a very short answer, that is really what it's about. So, as an entrepreneur, looking also at systems that fuel this type of development, like here in Saudi Arabia, it is actually very aspiring and inspiring to see that it's all about working together to be able to increase this exact specific engagement with culture. So congratulations again, and that's really the core answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We still have 2 more questions to ask our remaining panelists. I will be quick now, but thank you. Thank you for your answers. Question for Amira Fuad. As someone who works closely with youth orchestras, what do you see in this new generation of artists? Are they more daring or more disconnected from their roots?
Thank you, Olga. Very interesting question. So first of all, I'd like to say that young artists are far more competitive these days. This is due to what happened to us during COVID. Performing arts was basically shut down. Many people lost their livelihoods. Many orchestras, concert halls, theaters across the world had to reduce their seasons. Those seasons are still reduced, what we're seeing in most countries. Hence, young artists have a much harder job to be known, to get their message out there, to get their art out there. But fortunately, as we know, Gen Z are hugely tech savvy. So we're seeing that they're educating themselves online, they're finding the best teachers online. We, in fact, at the moment are running something in the UAE right now. My lovely partner, Catherine, is right here, and she has set up with me the first platform of the Young Musician of the UAE 2025. And one of the prizes for the overall winner is up to £1,000 of online lessons with the Guildhall School in London. Now, this is an example of what is accessible. So we're finding that students are coming with a very high level of musicianship. They might not have had the money, they might not have had the right teachers in their community, wherever that might have been across the world, but they are learning music, and this is due to how savvy they are with tech. And just to say, you've asked me about, are they more rooted? And I would say yes. We have seen, certainly in the UAE, that students are actually finding themselves more grounded within their ethnic groups and coming to us with the music of their different countries. So yes, I would say they are more rooted to their cultures, and they're celebrating that as another way of making themselves known in a very competitive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, you and me have a lot to discuss on this subject. Thank you so much, Amira. And my last question to Elizabeth. You work across media and performance. What do you believe is the next frontier for cultural communication? How can we make authenticity louder than noise?
Great question. A lot of people might think that our next frontier is something external, another platform, another technology. But in my opinion, the next frontier really is something that's internally created, and that's your personal presence. We exude a presence when we walk into a room. And so when I'm working with a client, the very first question I ask them is, what do you want people to feel when they experience you? Because what we say is, or how we communicate and what we say is not just based in words, it's how we evoke, what we evoke. And the next step is we look at your values. Your values are your North Star. And so if you are able to really be guided by those values, you no longer are chasing the authenticity, you embody it. And in terms of personal presence, you are able to really command and to be present with yourself and with others. And it's no longer about self-present, or how would I want to say this? Let me say it this way. It's not about self-awareness only, it's about other awareness as well, right? So true communicators are able to really be aware of how their energy lands. They're able to listen to this, they're able to listen with their eyes. They're able to pick up cues. They're able to see micro expressions so they really understand how others are feeling and thinking. And so we as women are really poised to be so gifted in this because we are natural and intuitive communicators. We are grounded in emotion and energy, and we understand nuances. And so when we pull those together, when we pull intuition and our presence, our communication not only communicates, but it connects. And so my call to action for each and every one of you is to bring your presence to the forefront. Hone it as much as you do your own expertise. Because those of you who really exemplify presence, you are going to be the ones who stand out. And because if we are only guided mostly by technology right now, or often with technology right now, those who have the courage to show up in their full humanity, you are the ones who are going to guide the world. And we women are not just participants in this. We are architects in this as well.
Thank you so much, my female cultural architects. I was privileged to be your moderator. Thank you so much, and let's make a quick photo. And before we do that, we would like to say thank you again to our dearest patron, Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Saud, who is one of most inspirational cultural architects, and we thank you again for being our patron and supporting this forum. Thank you.
صبر أيوب thank you. Thank you, our guests, for your great insight and ideas. So, moving to our next session, or keynote. It's about culture, creativity, and legacy. Under name, the role of women in shaping Saudi design with a great pride. Please welcome to the stage Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Faisal, designer and founder of Noon Jewels, CEO of Art Heritage and Adlal. تفضلي. تفضلي بالتوفيق.
So, glasses for the old people. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سامعيني؟ Good morning. It's an honor to stand here among so many creative women, designers, thinkers, makers, and visionaries, gathered in a moment of extraordinary transformation for our country. When I look around the room, I see the faces of women shaping Saudi Arabia's creative present. And through you, I see reflections of those who came before us. Women who built, wove, organized, and imagined quietly, often without recognition, yet laid the foundations we now stand on. I was fortunate enough to grow up among such women. I watched my elders create one of the first organizations in Saudi Arabia dedicated to empowering women. Al-Nahda, a place where vision met action and service became a form of leadership. I spent weekends volunteering at their events, learning that service was not just kindness, it was structure, strength, and purpose. And my first fashion experiences weren't in haute couture ateliers. They were on local stages wearing traditional Saudi garments of art of heritage. I remember the pride I felt in each embroidered thread, realizing even then that design was not decoration, it was dialogue, a way to express belonging and to imagine what comes next. Those early experiences of seeing women turn ideas into institutions and traditions into tools of empowerment shaped how I understood creativity today. Saudi Arabia is living through one of the most dynamic cultural transformations in its history. In less than a decade, creativity has moved from the margins to the center of national conversations. Design schools are flourishing. Culture institutions are investing in research, and industries are beginning to see the creative process not as an accessory, but as an engine of growth and identity. This is not coincidence. It is intention, a deliberate vision that understands creativity as an economic driver, yes, but also as a social catalyst and a language through which we express who we are and who we are becoming. For those of us working within the creative economy, this is more than a diversification. It is a redefinition. We are redefining what value means, what success looks like, and who gets to design the future of this nation. And women are not being added to that narrative. We are rewriting it. Saudi design is distinctive because our culture has always been inherently design-oriented, even if we never named it as such. From the geometry of Najdi architecture to the rhythm of Sadu weaving, from the coral stone homes of the Hijaz to the vibrant Asiri walls of the south. Our regions tell stories of proportion, symbolism, and resilience. Our ancestors designed not for beauty, but for life, for climate, for community and continuity. What excites me most today is how Saudi designers are continuing that dialogue, not imitating the past, but conversing with it. A young furniture designer studies a courtyard door and inspires modular pieces for modern homes. A fashion designer reinterprets regional embroidery as a symbol of identity and modern elegance. A jeweler explores the movement and sound of traditional anklets to transform ornament into experience. Across the ecosystem, whether in jewelry, architecture, industrial design, or research, Saudi women are proving that creativity is both heritage and horizon. Heritage is not relic, it's a living resource, a foundation we continue to evolve. Women have always been at the heart of that continuum. They were the original designers of daily life, turning necessity into beauty and constraint into innovation. I saw this firsthand in the generation that raised me, women who built systems of care and education long before we called them institutions. They designed with empathy, foresight, and a sense of responsibility towards community. And today, their legacy continues in studios, classrooms, and workshops. Women are leading with the same quiet strength, translating tradition into opportunity and imagination into social and economic empowerment. At Art of Heritage, generations of craftswomen preserve and reinterpret Saudi embroidery, weaving, and ornamentation, transforming ancestral techniques into pathways for contemporary design and livelihood. Their work is not about nostalgia, it's about continuity, ensuring that the next generation of design grows from authentic roots. Through them, I have learned that creativity and service are deeply connected. To create is to care, for people, for culture, for possibility. Over the years, one truth has become clear to me. Creative work does not thrive in isolation. For ideas to become impact, they need a system, a network that connects government, academia, industry, and the design community. This belief guides my work through Adlal, not as an institution, but as a connector. Adlal exists to build the bridges that allow ideas to move from interpretation and inspiration to evidence, and from insight to policy, from vision to viable industry. Creativity is not linear. It is relational. It thrives where people, disciplines, and ideas intersect. And women are natural bridge builders. We think systemically, collaborate instinctively, and design with empathy, qualities that make our leadership not only valuable, but essential. When these dots connect, we begin to see something extraordinary. A Saudi design ecosystem that is inclusive, visionary, and rooted in identity, yet ready for global conversation. As we look to the future, the question is not, what will Saudi design look like in 10 years? It is, what kind of society will Saudi design help to build? Will we design products that only serve markets, or systems that serve people? And will our creative education teach aesthetics alone, or also anticipation, the ability to imagine what doesn't yet exist? That is where future thinking becomes essential, not as prediction, but as preparation. The designer of tomorrow must be both researcher and dreamer, able to hold heritage in one hand and innovation in the other. And this is where our culture gives us unique advantage. We understand continuity. We know that the future is not a break from the past. It is its unfolding. As I stand here today, I am deeply aware that I am the result of many women's efforts. Women who built organizations, preserved crafts, and shaped systems that allowed creative expression to take root. Their leadership was not loud, but it was lasting. It taught me the true strength lies in service, in building spaces where others can thrive. Today, every woman in this room carries that same torch, whether you are a designer, an educator, an entrepreneur, or researcher. Your work is shaping the identity of a nation in motion. So to every woman here, we are not guests in the creative future of Saudi Arabia. We are its architects. Our task now is to keep connecting across disciplines, generations, and dreams to ensure that culture remains our compass, creativity our method, and legacy our momentum. Because legacy is not what we leave behind. Legacy is what we design forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you very much. So, before we move to our next keynote, I would like to announce that we have an ongoing workshop about financial literacy given by Dr. Anna Armstrong, founder and CEO of AIM Cube, senior lecturer in FinTech, University of Greenwich. So, our next keynote is about the breath of leadership, empowering change through emotional sustainability. And our speaker has a quite interesting expertise. She is a CEO at a great academy, executive director and partner in Creative Women's Platform, president and co-founder of a global monitoring network and sustainable art, Fashion Academy as well. And also she's a great author. Please welcome to the stage Viola Edward. Thank you. Best of luck, and you have a very nice outfit as well.
Thank you so much. As she's mentioning about my outfit, I want to thank you all, and I want to tell you, it is made in Saudi Arabia. And we'll introduce you the designer shortly. Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
Last time I did this on stage, I get into trouble. So let's take a deep, deep breath. The breath of leadership, empowering change through emotional sustainability. This is the title we choose for this talk. Dear guests, visionary leaders, dear sisters and brothers, it is with a profound honor to be here with you in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a land where heritage and innovation breed together. Today, as I invite you to pause with me, to take just one conscious breath here and there. Let's do it together. From the nose, let's inhale. Let's exhale. And feel our presence here and now. Because leadership, real leadership, the one that is enduring, begins here. Not only in the mind, not only in the titles, but in the breath. Some people ask me, how is it that it becomes so popular? Conscious breathing, why now? Well, it's not now. It started in the 70s, years ago. And I have the privilege to be trained with one of the founders. I started in early 90s. And I have been taking conscious breathing all around the world, around the globe. But especially now, we are living in a time of extraordinary acceleration. We think fast, we build fast, we respond fast. You know a lot about this also. But sustainability, emotional, social, ecological, require a different rhythm. And these two rhythms can be together. But one thing I would like you to take with you today, if anything, is that to remember that many illnesses come because of stress. And the second thing to remember, that stress and relaxation cannot live at the same time, at the same place. So every time we do conscious breathing and we get seconds or minutes of relaxation, you're doing to your body and mind a great favor. When we breathe with awareness, we reconnect with the body. We soften the nervous system. We awaken the wisdom of the heart. Actually, the breath is our oldest teacher. It reminds us that even before we learn how to speak, we already inhale and exhale several times in life. Before we act, we already arrived. Before we lead, we must first learn how to be present. Leadership without presence becomes reactions. Leadership with presence becomes transformation. So, emotional sustainability is the missing pillar many times. We speak of sustainable energy, sustainable market, even sustainable fashion that I'm very involved with. But what sustains the human who must build all that? Emotional sustainability is the capacity to lead without shutting down, without losing oneself, without the burnout. So let's prevent. It is to build through 3 levels of awareness. Awareness of the self, understanding our emotion, needs, limits, and pattern. And after me, you will have a whole panel with experts talking about it. Awareness of others, recognizing the emotional reality of those who collaborate with us, those who live with us, those that we interact with daily, even when it's a taxi driver that is short connection. But also is the awareness of the community and the environment, honoring collective well-being, belonging, and shared purpose. Emotional sustainability is the ability to feel without drowning, to care without collapsing, to act without aggression, and to pause without guilt, especially for women, to pause without guilt. In my more than 3 decades as psychotherapist and mentor, transcultural psychotherapist and mentor, I have seen that the greatest threat to leadership is not lack of ideas, is not lack of capital, is not lack of help, but it is the emotional exhaustion. A sustainable leader knows how to replenish. He values to rest as much as action, listening as much as speaking, reflection as much as execution. Leadership is not a marathon of speed. Actually, is a dance of breath. And me being Latino, if we would have time, we could do some step of salsa here with the breath, but that we will leave for another time. So, we have very short time, and I would like to share with you that conscious breathing had supported me and hundreds of people that I have worked since early 90s to be who we are today, to be able to smile when we face adversity, uncertainty, when we migrate, to be able to be in compassion and gratitude. It's not just a magic thing, of course. Depend on what we have to work with. We still need our mentors, our executive coaches, our therapists, but imagine all that accompanied with a conscious breathing technique. So for all of you, we're gonna send you later a link, because we have your address, where you can download a booklet where there is a lot of, for free, that there is a lot of explanation of several exercises of breath, that you can choose one and use it for yourself. So, women leading change is very interesting because women are natural breath leaders. We know how to expand, and how to contract. We know how to hold complexity with compassion. Across culture and continent, I witness conscious women leading with emotional intelligence, collaborative spirit, deep listening, and vision anchored in community. Because when women rise, they never rise alone. They lift others along the way. And I get personally offended when I hear that women don't support women. Women always support women. Nevertheless, there are certain personalities, being woman or man, that is true, that they can push others to be first. But this is related to personality, not to gender. So I want to tell you again, when women rise, like we're doing here, we never rise alone. We take others with us. Thank you so much, and let's keep working for emotional sustainability. Thank you.
think we're allowed.
Are we allowed?
I believe so.
Yes?
Yes.
Rana,
Oh, mashallah.
she's going to be with us.
Nice.
Thank you. I told you last time I did this, I get into trouble.
So thank you very much. Thank you. And we are very proud to have such women like this around us. Moving to our next panel, which about wellness as a strategy, mental, physical, and social sustainability for women, reforming health as leadership infrastructure. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of this session, Dr. Nicole Awolapi, and I'm sorry if I say it mistaken, sorry, founder and CEO of Vitex.
So this panel redefines wellness as the engine for female leadership and social evolution. It moves beyond self-care into strategic care, the kind that fuels purpose, creativity, and endurance in women, leading change across nations, corporations, and communities. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Nicole Awolabi, and it's truly an honor to be here with such an extraordinary panel of women. I would like to thank Her Royal Highness, Princess Noura, Bint Saud, as well as Olga and Rebecca, and the entire Creative Women's Forum team and crew. I'm the founder and CEO of Vitox, and Vitox is a company that's dedicated to well-being, redefining well-being and bringing together advanced medicine, performance science, and the holistic care for the world's most ambitious individuals. I have almost 2 decades of experience in emergency medicine with professional crossover across other specialties, including lifestyle and regenerative medicine, nutrition, as well as a medical advisor in nanobiotechnology. My work sits at the intersection of longevity, integrated medicine, and leadership performance. What we do is help people sustain energy, purpose, and clarity in high-pressure environments. And that's why this conversation is quite important and means a lot to me. Because both in the clinic and in the boardroom, true leadership doesn't begin in strategy. It begins in self, the body that carries us, the mind that guides us, and the heart that connects us. So today, I'm delighted to invite my extraordinary team of women that will be part of my panel, and just like to invite them onto the stage. First I have Bayan Abu Zinada, who is the founder and medical director of Jazala Wellness. Next, I have Dr. Jane Leonard. She's the founder and CEO of Dr. Jane Leonard. I believe we also have Her Royal Highness, Princess Michelle Bint Faisal Abdulaziz Al Saud. Fiona Yassin. Heather R. Hayes. Shata Al-Shamari. I'm just going to very quickly introduce both of these, well, all of these women. So I'm going to start with you, Bayan. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. So Bayan, you're the founder and medical director of Jazala Wellness. Bayan is a pioneer in longevity and social wellness. She merges biohacking, community, and culture into Saudi Arabia's new wellness frontier. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Dr. Jane Leonard.
Hi,
Hi,
thank
how are
you.
you?
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. You're the founder and CEO of Dr. Jane Leonard. And as a GP and aesthetic doctor, as well as a TV presenter, is that correct? You blend science, self-esteem, and education. And your approach demystifies wellness and brings clinical precision to the art of confidence.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much for being here. Royal Highness, thank you so much for being here. You're the founder and chairwoman of Movement Access Sports Association. Thank you. I understand that you're a national advocate for women's health, sports in particular. Of course. Just turn your mic off. Perfect.
Oh, right.
Apologies for that. So, Princess Michael, as I said, you're an advocate for women's health, but particularly sport inclusion and cultural reform. Leading a movement where physical strength becomes a metaphor for social empowerment. That's amazing. Fiona Yassin, you're the founder and clinical director of Wave Clinic. As a world-renowned clinical psychologist, you work with young people as well as their families through mental health, helping them with depression and other mental health issues through compassion, creativity, and evidence-based care. Thank you for being here. Heather. Heather is the founder and CEO of Heather R. Haynes and Associates. She's a global expert in trauma and behavioral health with 4 decades of experience transforming how individuals and families recover, rebuild, and lead with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not the least, we have Shata Al-Shamari. She's a senior manager, and sorry if I said that right. She's senior manager in change management, SABIC. Quite excited to have you here. You're a corporate leader shaping culture, well-being, and inclusion at one of Saudi Arabia's most influential companies. And your work bridges HR innovation with women's growth and organizational balance. So we're going to focus on our topic today, which is wellness as strategy, the mental, physical, and social sustainability for women, but in particular, reframing health as leadership infrastructure. Today, we will be exploring how our well-being, which is mental, physical, emotional, even spiritual, as well as social, can become the powerhouse behind every woman's success and industry. It's the foundation of leadership that does last, and it begins in how we inhabit the world. So today we will not be talking about balance, as people tend to expect when it comes to wellness. We're going to be talking about infrastructure, the inner systems that allow women to lead longer, love harder, and influence wider. So I will start my questions, and beginning with the body, because that's how we inhabit our, the way we inhabit our bodies determines the power we project as leaders. So the body will, as a leadership infrastructure. Bayan, I'm going to ask you, as one of Saudi's first female biohackers, you've bridged science and spirituality. Do you mind if I ask, what is the biggest misconception about longevity?
Actually, one of the biggest misconceptions, especially here, this phrase I always hear, that our lifespan are in God's hands, which of course is true, like life and death are divine decisions. But is what within our hands is how we choose to live those years. The consciousness we put, the vitality, the energy we choose to put in those years. So longevity is, as a science, is about health span. It's about the years we live full of energy, full of vitality. So, and also this is rooted in our culture as well. Prevention is better than cure. We have it. الوقاية خير من العلاج. So longevity as a science, so today's data just shows how important prevention is, and that we can actually do it. Is in our hands. For example, people who are diagnosed with diabetes 2 in their 30s or before the age of 40, their lifespan is decreased by 10 to 15 years. People who are diagnosed with high blood pressure, also before the age of 40, are 2 to 3 times more prone to develop cardiovascular diseases in their 50s, and also their lifespan is, or expectancy is, on average 10 years less than a metabolically healthy person. So these choices are within our hands. We can change that. So when we reframe longevity and biohacking from being techie or foreign to our culture, we start putting into something deeper and something more spiritual. We start, having faith in life. We start seeing biohacking and longevity as a spiritual practice, as cellular devotion, embodiment, and we just start living life wholeheartedly.
Thank you so much for the answer. And would you say that living longer should be the goal, or is it living life with purpose?
That's the thing. Longevity is not about defying nature or living forever. It's about living deeper, living with purpose, living with vitality to always live our purpose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Princess Michelle, you have transformed movement, into empowerment in your field, and you've turned sport actually into a platform for inclusion. How can physical strength translate into emotional and social strength for women?
I thank you so much for that question. It's a very interesting question. Okay, that's good. So to answer your question is, you're asking about how does we manage our emotions in terms of progressing.
No, we're focusing on body at the moment. So how can physical strength actually support the emotional and social strength for women?
Well, it's all about resilience, really. And I've noticed while working in the sport industry and also in the wellness as well, is that people tend to shy away from resilience. They don't understand what resilience is. And if you actually translate it in Arabic, it does come in different words. Kifah, muthabara, quwwa. There's so many words that come under resilience. And basically, it's just feeling comfortable in uncomfortable situations. It's that moment when you grow, when you build your strength, you build your purpose. It's about not being afraid to fail, not being afraid to make mistakes, not being afraid to be vulnerable, because it's through that tension you grow and you evolve.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And do you think that there is actually a shift in relationship in terms of how, women's relationship with how our bodies, basically how we look, from appearance to performance?
Yes, definitely. And social media in this modern world is not helping at all. It's not helping at all. I feel sorry for the younger generation. But sport does add a positive aspect to it, because women are not looking at how they look anymore. They're looking at how they perform. they're looking how to build their strength. So the idea of how you look physically and that model look that we used to have back in the 90s has shifted drastically into how we perform. How do we strengthen our body to serve us in sports and in whatever field we are in?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And as a doctor, of course, we know that the older we get, the body doesn't work as well. We also have a hormonal shift, and exercise or movement plays a key part in terms of increasing bone density and just allowing us to be physically in top shape, because if the body isn't right, then every other thing will fall apart. And as a leader, that's quite important. So thank you very much for that. Dr. Jane, in your medical practice, you bridge science and self-esteem. And you often speak about how beauty standards can harm more than help. So I'm just wondering, how can we reframe self-image as preventative healthcare so that women can reclaim health and as well as beauty proactively, so that it's more vitality and not vanity?
Thank you, that is a great question. I think when we think about self-image, it's reframing it from the superficial and bringing it into our inner world, so our physical health, our mental health and emotional health. And working on those things has a domino effect to the way we look, and it'll change many aspects of our life, from our self-confidence, our self-esteem, and our self-worth. I think it's this concept of getting the inside right and the outside follows, and that outer beauty is nothing without inner health. And I think it's being aware that the process of doing that is going to vary from person to person. I think with self-image, if it's about the superficial, it's thinking of things like, skincare routines, skin treatments, makeup, things like that. There's a go-to. However, bringing it within, reflecting it inside, means you've got to have some self-awareness, taking the time to work out who you are, what you need, and that's going to vary from person to person, and take time to get to know yourself in that regard. And I think there's many simple things or simple starts we can all do, and it's similar to what we're all doing. We do the same thing but different in many fields. And I think even in my clinic, it's looking at stripping everything back, looking at your daily habits, looking at your mindset, looking at things like how much sleep you get in, what you eat in day to day, how much stress have you got, how are you managing that. Even things like what energy you're giving day to day, and also the energy you're absorbing, and that goes back to things like you touch on social media. So I think certainly it's very much an inside job. It's very much a thing of taking the time to reflect, get to know yourself, and then taking the time to put in habits and practices that basically get your inner world right, which reflects on the outside.
Sure. Thank you for that. So leading from a place of strength, essentially not strain, as we've come to know, is actually a better way. And we do respect our body by following that approach. So thank you very much for that answer. I'd like to now just move on to the mind, which you touched upon earlier as the engine of leadership. So if the body is our infrastructure, the mind is our engine. And as you just mentioned earlier, it's quite often overworked, it's undernourished, and a lot of people misunderstand how the mind actually works and what makes up the mind. Also, things like the heart and the spirit, where they play, what part they play. But in leadership, they're actually, I would imagine, the compass, because they will help determine how we lead, so why we lead, as opposed to not why, and so not how we lead. So, Dr. Jane, you obviously just spoke about all these different things, and you've often spoken in the past about the dangers of modern beauty standards and all these harmful wellness trends that are disguised as self-care. Why do you think there's so many intelligent women fall into this trap still, disguised as self-care?
That is such a great question. I think when you boil it down, you talk about intelligence or being intelligent. But the truth is, intelligence doesn't make you immune to emotional marketing, or the effects of social media, things like that. And regardless of how intelligent you are, everyone's got their insecurities, and insecurities come and go with different kind of focuses during our life. Like in my clinic, I see a wide variety of different things that bother different people, from their skin to their weight to their hair to signs of aging. And I think the truth is that emotional marketing has this ability, I was going to say amazing ability, it's how you look at it, to hone in on these insecurities and then in some ways market directly to these vulnerabilities in people. And I think certainly going back to social media, I certainly have a love-hate relationship with it. I use it for my work, it connects me with people, but this idea of comparison culture is a very real thing. And being intelligent, or however you sit or understand this, that we all compare ourselves to what we see on social media, and we know that it is a curated version of someone's life, particularly how people use filters and editing apps to create this idea of perfection. But even though we know this, it doesn't stop us comparing our imperfections to these curated perfections. And I think in a world now when building a personal brand is often looked at as the key to success, and certainly as women we pin naturally, because we're taught this from being young, we pin a lot of value to the way we look. The pressure on women in that regard is massive. And then just finally to touch on you about basically there's lots of things in the UK in terms of the aesthetics industry which is still unregulated, which means it's available to everyone and pretty much anyone can do it. And it's then, I think in some ways, these treatments aren't given the respect that they need, that people often look at sort of injectable treatments as simple as having a blow dry. And it really isn't. A lot of these things are medical treatments, they are using drugs, they need to be respected, not just to be essentially just thrown around. So I think, in summary, the problem is compounded by those things, that the comparison culture of social media and the kind of freely available go-to treatments that aren't always in the best interest of the person.
Of course. Thank you very much for that. Heather, I want to move on just I want to move on in this segment onto how we feel inside. So you are an expert in trauma as well as transformation, and you've looked after, you've seen pain across numerous cultures. Are we becoming more trauma-informed, or, as a society, are we just very good at hiding our pain?
I think that's a wonderful question, and I think that in ways we are becoming more trauma-informed, and I think we have to stop and say, what does that really mean to be trauma-informed? And so a lot of people are informed about trauma, they understand it cognitively in our minds, but it doesn't mean that as a society and often as individuals, we know how to respond to others when they're in their moments of pain or when they're in a trauma response. I think we've done a much better job, and we're really evolving in looking at how trauma can manifest. Often it manifests in behaviors that we don't understand, or physical health issues, GI issues, our relationships with food, with others, and we're able to now see through that lens that it's not as simple as just treating one part of the body. We have to come in more holistically and treat the mind, the spirit. I loved what you said, Your Highness, about performance too, because I do think what happens, a place where we haven't become as trauma responsive is that we look at performance as a reflection of how our inner well-being must be. So in the States where I grew up, there was a lot of emphasis being a woman on if everything looked okay on the outside, if I had the right outfit, if I had the right grades, if I went to the right university, then everything was okay. And it ignores the internal part that says, but I'm really hurting, or I'm struggling with depression, or I feel awkward as a teenage girl in my friendships. And so part of becoming more trauma responsive, I believe, is helping each other as women, rather than looking outside of ourselves to get our identity or to feel okay, but to turn within to that part of our place that's most vulnerable and can carry that pain, and rather than trying to push it away, embrace it. Because I do believe when we don't do that, we're full of shame. There's something wrong with me. Like social media, everyone else looks so good. They got so many likes. I didn't get all those likes. What's wrong with me? But the way to heal the shame, the antidote, is to turn within with self-compassion and self-understanding and understanding where we've come from and who we are. We as women need each other in connection to heal. I think psychology, which is my background, has come from a very patriarchal place, starting with Freud, you know, that it's all of these outside influences and you have to heal by yourself or you go lay on a sofa and talk. And what we know for women is that we live in relationship and we heal in relationship with each other, and we need that. We need that connectiveness. Sorry, long answer.
Thank you very much for that. I love that you did say that we should look within as opposed to external. That's very important, especially when we talk about social media. Now, in your work, I mean, you've worked with a lot of the young people, as well as the families, like through crisis. And as you know, as an emergency medicine doctor, I know how tough that can be. And they're usually the most vulnerable. Now, compassion is actually a form of medicine or therapy in those instances. So back to you, Fiona. I'd just like to ask you that when we do look within, how, and considering we're talking about leadership today, how can emotional honesty, not a focus on perfection, actually become a form of leadership?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. There's so many aspects of the therapeutic relationship of working in crisis and leadership that are necessary to overlap. And the word compassion, we can sometimes feel is an emotion, when actually it's a stance, and it's something that we can take from individuals to family systems to institutions, corporate systems. So I think having that stance of compassionate leadership, actually in its most basic form, is very similar to working with anybody. And that means that I'm present for you. Like I'm showing up for you. And the other side of that is that I see you and I hear you and I feel you. And the little bit further on from that is that you matter. And that doesn't matter whether we're in a therapy session or we're actually leading a large corporation. I think when we're leading with compassion, when we're putting together some really essential ingredients, and it's a little bit like coming together in a very small triangle of using our whole attention, so our presence and our whole attention, our intention, which means that we're going in a specific direction, and bringing that all together with integrity. And integrity in the therapy room is exactly the same as integrity in the corporate environment or whoever we may be coming across. And from that, the person on the other side feeling seen and felt and heard begins to feel a safety. And really everything that we're doing about Heather's wonderful words there of we heal through connection, we heal by having some unity. I think when we create safety, the place that we need to start with is creating safety within ourselves. And coming back to Jane and saying, kind of find yourself within that somewhere. She's asking in her routine appointments for something completely out of the mental health arena, seemingly, but not. And she's asking, what exactly is kind of happening in there, and where is your safety? So if we look at young people who come to us in crisis, quite often what they're telling us is, I don't feel safe in myself. I don't feel safe in my relationships. I'm not okay, and you are all not okay, and how do we move them towards that? And quite often we can see that in teams as well in the corporate environment. So I think the overlap is massive. We move through safety. Once we have safety, we can create stability in the safety. And then from there, we can create a system of process of working out what's maintaining what's going on, how can I disrupt that or create further stability, and we can move forward together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that beautiful answer. as you touched upon there, I mean, emotions, I guess, we tend to deal with privately, and a lot of shame and misunderstanding, and very difficult to have that connection with people. But as leaders, we could at least ensure that there are systems in place that are able to support that are able to support that. What I'd like to ask you, Shata, is you've led leaderships that support in work-life balance and women's networks. From your experience, what is that one structural change that we can take on board in leadership that can effectively improve mental health and support in the workplace and society?
I love that. So I've been listening to all of these amazing women in the past 3 days. Oh, do you not hear me okay? You hear me okay? I've been men and women talking about so many different topics, and I think if you were just to kind of take a step back and imagine all, some of these issues that we're talking about, plus, for example, a leader that's not understanding, or I have to go into a work that's not flexible, and if you can just imagine all of that coming together, and the role of the organization and the way they impact all of that. So I think we heard today people talking about like physical safety, psychological safety, well-being, and integrating all of that into the core foundations of an organization is a responsibility. And I work for SABIC, and I may be biased because I love working there, but we do that. So we have, for example, we consider the financial stability or the financial well-being, we call it, of the employee. And that doesn't mean just the salary or the benefits. It's much more than that. It's like, how can I make sure that they have like financial knowledge and ability? How can I make sure they are able to save responsibly? And some people consider, well, maybe that's not the role of the organization they're working in. And sometimes some organizations, what they do is kind of make sure that it's just a checklist. I have a well-being framework in place. I have a doctor. If you need any kind of a psychologist, if you need any help, please go talk to him. And what they really need to do is integrate that into every single aspect of the organization. And what that means is, even if you're in a physical space that's nice and comfortable and clean, that means that you're comfortable to work in. There's a bit flexibility. There's this example that's, I don't know, but for example, if you just provide good food around the area, then an employee is able to kind of good coffee, good break space, considering all of that, it really does play a huge role. And for the she is our women's community, our Sabiq women's community, and it's she as in Hiya. It's a community that we want to make sure that a woman feels it's a place, there's a sense of belonging. It's a place that she belongs to. It's not a place that she works in, just like finish the 8 hours and then go back home. A lot of times it's actually a lot more than 8 hours. I'm sure a lot of you know that. And, giving that space of I can be myself. I mean, throughout the 3 days, when I've been hearing all of these amazing men and women talk, they've all been talking very passionately about very different topics, which I love. But it's about all of these, whenever you're really passionate and you do your job really, really well, because you kind of really understand the role that you have to play, then the people around you are supportive, or the culture, or whatever your working space is, then you are able to do it really well. So that's a responsibility of not just like one individual. It's not like one day one person wakes up and says, okay, I want my organization to be like a really safe space, psychologically safe space for employees. It's not how it works. It takes a lot of collaboration, a lot of engagement, and a lot of people working together to make that happen. And like I said, throughout these 3 days, when I'm hearing these people, it's just that one common thing between them is the reason they're really good at what they do is because they have that passion. And And I think organizations that do that really well, make sure that employees have that sense of belonging, that passion for what they do the well-being space really well. That's my view on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I love that you said it's about intention. So it's wanting, ensuring that this is, something that you do with intention. Thank you so much for that. Heather. Right. You have helped countless women who, go through pain, quite significant trauma, as well as addiction. Right. What role does spiritual connection, if any, and like what form does that usually take? What role does that play in true healing and transformation?
That's a great question. So I believe on so many levels that spirituality is the most important piece of all. And not just our connection with God, or God as you understand your own personal beliefs, but also I think there's a spirituality to that existential piece of how do I put meaning into my life? Why am I here? What is my purpose? How do I make sense out of a world where things are hard and painful and bad things happen to good people? How do I understand that? How do I begin to heal from that? And how do I go out into the world and still find purpose and do things where work doesn't feel like work? It feels like I'm making a difference. And for me, with what I do, I also believe, like I'm a psychotherapist, and I work with families who are, like you said, in their darkest moments. They struggle with substance use, they struggle with mental health issues, depression, eating disorders. And when I come in, I also see my role as one of I'm not there to fix people or heal people. And I think it's very dangerous when people come around and say, oh, I saved these lives, or I am a vehicle of, here's some tools. But each individual takes those tools and does their own work. And there's a spiritual, grace about that. And so it's important to remain humble, to understand that we're all here and we can give tools. And really, at the end of the day, the only person I can truly heal is myself. And if I heal myself, or if you heal yourself, that it becomes contagious. And I've seen families where generational trauma, generational patterns begin to shift because a mother gets help, or often the teenager in the family goes and gets help, and then the parents get help, and then the grandparents decide they need to change things. And it's not a good or bad. We live in very different worlds. Our worlds are evolving. I mean, when I was a child, we didn't even have blow dryers for our hair. It was a long time ago. And now we have all of this technology and AI, and so everything has to shift and change to adjust to that as well. But if we do that work on the inside and we empower each other, there is almost a spiritual, ethical responsibility in us healing ourselves so that we can begin to change and heal our children, our relationships, our relationships with community. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. So as an emergency medicine doctor, at least I was, over the years, I do get asked, oh, what's the worst thing you've seen in A&E? I'm not going to ask that question of you, but I would like to know if you have, I don't know, should I say one brief story of the most transformative thing that you have witnessed when a woman that you've worked with has taken ownership of her healing journey, and how that did translate into leadership?
That was for you.
For me. No, that was for you, Heather.
Oh, it was for me?
Yes.
Will you say it again? I'm sorry. Leadership?
No, just talking about what was the most transformative thing you've witnessed.
Thank you. Okay.
In terms of women's healing journey.
Oh my gosh. I have a family that I work with now where young daughter, teen daughter, was abandoned by her mother as a child, raised in foster care, was able to reunite with her father. And in watching her reach out, you know, initially through very disruptive behavior, which was saying to everyone, I'm not okay, like Fiona was talking about, watching her go and put in the work and heal herself. And she did. She came back and she said to her father, I need you to be healthy. I need you to connect with me differently. You know, I know you did the best that you could, but I need you to you know, to work with me on this. And they began working. And then all of a sudden, his mother saw what was happening and said, you know, I need to stop my relationship with alcohol. It's getting in the way. And I'm not here and I'm not present for my family. And then suddenly the sister, the daughter, the aunt began to change. So this is not an uncommon story, that what begins as pain turns into passion and purpose and healing for others. So, thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for that answer. Right, I'm going to just shift the conversation slightly back again to social media. It's amazing how we've built, like, you know, these global platforms that connect us quite instantly, but then at the same time we're disconnected, you know, from ourselves internally. Things we talked about, perfection, burnout, as well as the accelerated comparison that a tool as social media for all is good. So in the digital culture, I guess wellness looks like, you know, is not, well, it looks like it's being supported, but then we also are slowly eroding the, you know, like the concept of true wellness, which is returning to your, you know, to your core, looking within. To the panel, I just want to ask one or two of you, please feel free to raise your hands up. What responsibility do we as leaders have to model something different, and how?
As a leader, I think looking at social media, it does pull us very fast. It does raise the pace for us, and sometimes too much. We could be overwhelmed with the fast pace of what social media asks us to be, or the image that it wants us to represent. So in terms of, let's say, balancing the speed of social media and the demands of the modern life with our roots and our culture, you can't really balance it, to be honest. You have to keep rooted. You can use social media and the pace is going on and bend it to work for you, not the other way around. So use the social media, use the technology, let it serve you, let it serve your culture, your country, your position, and let it help you put your message out there, helping people, giving out your passion, showing your passion to influence other women also to follow. But at the same time, it has to work according to your pace. In my country, it has to work according to our pace, our culture, our roots. It has to show respect to our culture, not the other way around. So from how I see it, we as women have to use social media to serve us and to go on our pace, not the other way around.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Shatter. So wellness, as we've noticed or found out today, is actually cultural as well.
Yeah.
And Princess Michelle just mentioned that. When women thrive, organizations will, you know, will actually evolve. Can you tell me, what does it take to turn well-being from initiative into culture?
I love that for one good reason, because we've been working on, so in SABIC we have something called SABIC Leadership Way. It's our core value system. And it sounds like, oh, we're focusing on leaders, but it's not. In SABIC, and again, I may be a bit biased because I think they do it really well in terms of how they look at the core value system. We consider personal leadership as a key core value. And you know, we integrate that in everything we do. So when it comes to employee performance or leadership performance, that's what we discuss in terms of performance. So if you bring in a lot of money, if you bring in lots of clients and, you know, what have you, if you don't do it in the SABIC leadership way, in terms of role modeling, the behaviors that are required from you, then you're not considered an exceptional performer. And to a lot of people, that's crazy because, you know, you're like, I brought in all of these clients or all of this money, that's what matters. I feel like corporations have a responsibility to look at that deeply. And you see that, by the way, not just in corporations, even in homes on a smaller scale. So even in a home, if you see the role modeling behavior, you know, people looking at what are the values that really matter to us that we want to integrate in everything we do, and you look at it on a bigger scale, like countries and even like continents, you see that also reflected. And when I talk about like the leadership way, I mean, you can do it in so many different aspects, but as long as you integrate it in everything you do, like not just performance, but like, let me tell you a little story. I was in a kind of a conference situation, and I was talking to a kid. He was in college, but not really a kid. So I told him I work at SABIC, and he didn't know what SABIC was. And I said, okay, what do you know about SABIC? And he said, I only know it's like kind of the home of leaders. And he said that because he's been hearing on the news lots of like leaders from SABIC being promoted into like government roles and things like that. And what he doesn't know, this college kid, is that there's a lot of work that went in the background to make that happen. And it could be, you know, same thing when you hear about like families that are successful, or kids, or like countries. You know, people are people everywhere. But why are some corporations more successful than others? And why are some countries more safer? Why, you know, it's all of these questions. It's about what are the policies? What's the infrastructure? What are the values that you're integrating in everything that people do on a day-to-day basis? That's what is reflected on a bigger scale and after a long time. So it's not, you know, initiative, I mean, a lot of leaders in SABIC hate the word initiative, by the way, because they feel like it's like we're taking initiative is a first step into something much longer and much bigger, depending on what you want, you know.
Thank you very much. Right, I'd like to bring the discussion to a close. I feel like we could keep talking. I personally would. So what's happening in Saudi Arabia, if I must just say, is actually quite extraordinary, what's, you know, happening right now. You know, we're witnessing not just an economic transformation, but human transformation. So with the new sectors where, you know, like women are leading across various industries, we are redefining what leadership actually looks and feels, you know, feels like. This evolution, it's not accidental. It's the living expression of a national vision that recognizes women's empowerment as essential to sustainable growth. I'd like to thank Her Royal Highness for this opportunity for us to speak and to inspire change. Vision 2030 has reframed what progress actually means, not just in terms of innovation and infrastructure, but in well-being, education, and inclusion of women at every level of society. We do have to end this conversation right now. However, we know that because a nation will thrive when its women are well, and this is in mind, body, and spirit. Wellness is no longer soft power, it is strategic power. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
So thank you very much. Thank you, our esteemed guest panelists. I'm sorry, but we're running out of time. So thank you very much for your great ideas and conversation. We will move to the next keynote. Thank you very much. Just, yeah, picture. So at the meanwhile, I would like to announce about the ongoing workshop at the Black Box about entrepreneurial mindset, how women create, lead, and thrive, given by Jill Duca. Jill Duca, the academic director of the Global Academy of Coaching, Mentor, and Entrepreneur. Thank you again. Thank you very much. So moving to our next keynote, sustainability at the crossroads, the power of visual storytelling. Please welcome to the stage Jacqueline Burke, Senior Director at the Creative Department at Getty Images. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted, and hopefully you'll all stay with me for the next 10 minutes. I promise it will be full of inspirational visuals as we look at the power of visual storytelling when it comes to having impact and when we're visualizing sustainability. So I'm just going to look for the clicker. Have we got one? Hopefully I will say next slide and somebody will move it on for me. So I'm here today. I am Senior Director of the Creative Department at Getty Images, and I really want to extend a massive appreciation and thank you to the Creative Women's Forum and the wonderful team behind it, from Olga to Alexandra to Rebecca, and also to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura. We're very passionate about the power of visual storytelling to move the world. And today, before I settle into speaking about sustainability, I do want to assure everybody that we bring enormous deep research and visual insights that are backed by data, and we do this in 3 ways. So this is data you will not find anywhere else. So 1, we keep an eye on what's happening with visual appetite. Are people searching for sustainability? 2, in the millions of images and videos that are downloaded and licensed by media, by brands all around the world, how are they visualizing sustainability? And I'm going to share that with you. And then 3, how do people feel around the world when it comes to visuals around sustainability? So to that end, that's how we know what we know, but what is it in this moment that we know at Getty Images when it comes to visual storytelling? So I'm going to start off quickly and say to you that visual appetite around sustainability is declining. So in terms of people coming to the websites to look for visuals, that's gone down -21%. Now it's still in our top 25 most searched for visuals, so that's a good sign. But we found in our 30-plus year history at Getty Images, appetite for sustainability for visuals is quite cyclical. So when there's economic uncertainty, the visual appetite goes down or goes away. But overall, in the last 10 years, we have seen visual appetite has increased significantly by 300% for green technology, and that can be around renewable technologies. And also we're seeing environmental conservation has got a small growth. But I really recommend you lean in and have a look at this slide, because it shows a lot of information on, well, how are marketeers, creatives, how is the media visualizing sustainability since the 2000s? So you can see here in the very small circles of visuals, but you can follow our report afterwards to get more information, that it was very much about showing the causes of impact on climate change. So things like pollution, deforestation. And then there was a wake-up call in 2006 for those like myself who were around at that time, where we had Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth, and very much you begin to see polar bears on melting ice. But then we had the financial crash in 2008, and suddenly, as you can see on our graph, visual appetite for sustainability visual storytelling went down. So it was only in 2018 where there was a seismic moment, which was very much around Greta Thunberg, and it was all about youth action around climate change, that we began to see the polar bear on melting ice was back. Was one of the most outstanding types of tropes that creators and marketeers were downloading. And as we've moved forward with the COVID pandemic, there was a greater appreciation around nature as we found ourselves confined, as we've seen what happens when we no longer have over-tourism, as we see wildlife suddenly appear in very popular cities that we're not used to seeing that storytelling. And as we move forward into 2022, very much about crisis imagery around around with the impact on the planet. And we really begin to see that overtake what we call inspirational or aspirational visuals around sustainability. But now, since 23 to 24 and onwards, we're beginning to see an era of greenwashing. So this is very different from greenwashing. This is where brands, very well-intentioned, are becoming a little more silent around sustainability because they want to ensure they're getting it right. What we're beginning to see is that they look at non-people content, is what we call it, but it's very much conceptual and abstract imagery. So as you can see here, kind of hands cupping some soil and a plant. But here's what consumers are telling us around the world. When we ask people what they want to see in visuals around sustainability, they tell us they want to see honesty. And really how they're really describing that is really coming down to how they feel about current visual storytelling. They find overall they're quite cynical about it, especially when it comes from brands. Anywhere they see the word green, they think it's a marketing ploy. And yet, overall, they really are looking for seeing sustainability as a whole integrated approach. So if you're a brand, that's very much about not just one campaign or one part of your website, the corporate social responsibility part, but actually in everything that you do. So we're really beginning to see that for a majority of people around the world, it really turns them off when they look at visuals in advertisements or business communications that are not thinking about sustainability, and especially in a holistic way. And they also do not want brands to stay silent. So they really do want to see more realism in the visual storytelling. They want people to tell it to them straight. 81% are saying that they really want to see visuals that show the impact on the environment, positive and negative. And they also want to see the personal impact that people are experiencing around climate change. So that really means that it comes down to moving away sometimes from the positive, inspirational and aspirational way that a lot of advertising visuals really tend to follow. And it's more about balancing it out with eco-optimism, with also the real challenges that we all know as a whole in society we are really working around, both as individuals, as corporates, and also as governments. So to that end, I really wanted to share with you a little bit of visual testing. So we ask, obviously, people around the world, what do you want to see? What do you not want to see around sustainability? But we also put tests in front of them, and we really see what they gravitate towards. So we can see when it comes to particular age groups, this is where we see really clear differences. So for the baby boomers, the oldest generation and the silent generation that we surveyed, they really want to see themselves personally in the visual storytelling. The individual action that they take, whether it's composting, eco-proofing their home, rolling up their sleeves and getting involved in community initiatives, because that's where they place their trust. For our Gen Xs coming down in age, they're the most cynical of any generation when it comes to believing any industry can do good for the planet. But they are really drawn in the image testing towards visuals that show sustainable investment in the now for the future. So that can be things like seeing themselves leading a team of renewable energy workers, taking leadership responsibilities in the workplace, or raising the next generation at home on better sustainable practices. But for our younger generations, it's a completely different story. So if we come down again in age to our millennials, we can see that they're very driven by visual storytelling that speaks around sustainable consumption. So again, seeing themselves as eco-conscious consumers and also seeing themselves engaging with green businesses. And then finally for Gen Xs, of which we surveyed from 18 years and above, they're very much really drawn to visuals that have a global feel and that are really seen to bring people together to take collective action. So when it comes to visualizing sustainability, I do want to say that most of the visuals that are downloaded by brands and media and governments around the world from our platforms tend not to focus people. And when they do, it tends to be a very certain type or demographic, which I'll go into. So what we always say is make sure that you're thinking about how are you putting people into your visual storytelling and your strategies around it. What kind of lens are you bringing to it? Are you embracing realism that people really want to see and balancing it out with that sense of eco-optimism? And again, most importantly, are you bringing people on your whole journey? Are you taking them behind the scenes? Because transparency is important. And finally, we always say, often we see that visual color palettes around sustainability tend to be the greens, the blues, and the browns to do with the planet, but actually looking at other more mindful color palettes can bring that thoughtful consideration. But moreover, I think it's really about equity. Who gets to be seen in the visual storytelling around sustainability? And we can really share with you that while everybody in our surveys, and we survey a minimum of 7,000 plus people in 25 countries around the world, including the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we find everybody cares about sustainability, but visually who is seen tends to be white, young, and female. So there are incredibly dangerous visibility gaps around who is seen in visual storytelling around sustainability, which can have an impact. So I thought very quickly I will show you what customers are downloading. So if we go back 5 years ago, I talked a little bit about that story, but it's very much about abstract visuals that show conceptual care. We're beginning to see now it's very much about looking to the future. It's about green growth in cities. But actually what we really need to do is put people into the frame and really look at the activities they're doing and the activism they're driving, especially in the workplace. So finally, it's really all about sustainable transformation, bringing greater equity, and it's very much about breaking down actions around sustainability so that people can actually adopt them and really showing that in real life. And finally, in my last 2 or 3 minutes, I just very quickly want to touch upon artificial intelligence, because in our latest report, we have seen that there's actually great positivity by people out there when it comes specifically to impact on the planet. And so while we've seen a lot of, and everybody knows there's a lot of anxiety about artificial intelligence, you can see here broken out by countries, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of positivity and belief leads the way, that they really do everyone really does think that AI will have a positive impact on environmental challenges. So an overwhelming majority. So great calls, it's no surprise for green innovation, because people really do believe that companies in particular and governments have a responsibility to really ethically and responsibly do good for the planet. So again, I'm just going to pause very quickly because I know people like to see these. This is just the visual evolution we've seen in terms of what people are downloading in vast numbers. 5 years ago, as I said, very much about pollution. What we're seeing now is it's very much about nature-based solutions. It's about biodiversity. It's about the circular economy, tends to be very nature-led. But actually where things we feel will be going is it's very much about, you know, where the real world meets the tech world. It's very much about, I always say, where tech meets nature, but always in transformation and moving forward. So finally, my last piece of visual testing I want to share with you today is where we tested where does trust come into it for different age groups when they look at visual storytelling around technology. So as you can see here on the left-hand side, for the younger generations, it's quite a different picture. They're very much open to a wide variety of visual styles. And I think this really comes down to them being born digital native and actually like really growing up in a very visual world. And so again, influences from social media. Around sustainability, they're very open to humorous and warm stories as well. Whereas for the older generations on the right-hand side, when it comes to trust in those visuals, it's very much about people-centered storytelling that feels very authentic and real. So finally, there is a lot of conversation out there, as there should be, about both positive and negative impacts of AI. But I think it's really important to visual storytelling to explore the green tech potential and also to embrace a lot of creativity in how you do that. So that's it for me. I'm going to summarize with 5 ways that you can think about visualizing sustainability. Remember to relate. It's all about authenticity over perfection. It's also about balancing eco-optimism with eco-anxiety in your visual strategy, so bringing that realism in. Very good to highlight tech's green potential. People want to hear about it. And then always promoting sustainable practices, breaking it down into small moments. And then finally, the bigger one, which is how do you visualize sustainability as a whole integrated approach from your point of view for the needs that you're doing that really reflects where we need to go together as a society. So if you'd like to find out more, please do take a quick shot of this QR code. It will lead you directly on your phone to the wider report. I thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed it. There is a Getty Images team here, and we would absolutely love to talk to you. You'll find black t-shirts with Getty Images written on the top. And please do reach out. We are always passionate to talk to as many people as possible to move the needle forward on visualizing sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Do you hear me? Okay. So, moving to our next panel, it's actually a very interesting topic, which I like very much. Breaking barriers in sports. Women redefining strength, courage, and leadership. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of this session, Kariman Abul-Jadail, Olympian, skier, and architect, and her esteemed guests. Please welcome. Tawfiq.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm so excited to be moderating this inspiring panel of women who have truly paved the way in Saudi sports, breaking barriers, leading with passion, and empowering others through their incredible journeys. It's such a pleasure to have them here with us today. Our first panelist, she is a true trailblazer in women's sport. She has played a decisive role in shaping the kingdom's sports sector. With nearly 2 decades of leadership, she co-founded Saudi Arabia's first football women's club and league, became the first female board member of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, and now leads national initiatives that advance inclusion and athletic excellence at every level. Please welcome Adwa Al-Arifi, Assistant Minister for Sport Affairs at the Ministry of Sport in Saudi Arabia. Our second panelist is the first Saudi woman to practice free-fall skydiving. She has pioneered adventure and extreme sports in the kingdom, and as an entrepreneur, she co-founded or founded Power Experiences to integrate adventure, wellness, and innovation, inspiring generations to pursue courage, health, and self-discovery through movement. Please welcome Razan Al-Ajmi, founder of Power Experiences. And our third and last panelist is an artist, equestrian, and an event professional. She combines her creative and athletic pursuits with her operational expertise at the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. A graduate of Emerson College and SOAS, University of London, she represents the intersection of art, sports, and heritage. Continuing her family's racing legacy while advancing Saudi Arabia's global position in equestrian excellence, please welcome Salwa Abul-Jadail, Senior Events Operation of Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Hello. Okay. Ladies, welcome. I would like to direct my first question to Adwa. Today, you are the Assistant Minister for Sport Affairs at the Ministry of Sport at Saudi Arabia, and you've already been central to shaping the very foundation of women's sport in Saudi Arabia for over a decade. When you look back at your early work establishing the first women's football club here in Saudi Arabia, do you think the biggest challenge was cultural, institutional, or personal courage?
Thank you, Kariman. First, allow me to thank the organizers of this event. It's such an honor to be with you here today. Going back to your question in terms of the challenges, I think the challenges existed back then, and it continues to exist till today. Not only in Saudi, I think it's worldwide and everywhere, especially in women's sports. So you need the personal courage, you need the culture, you need the support as well. So those challenges exist everywhere in the world. It existed in the past and continues to exist today. But we are privileged and lucky today to have the support of the leadership. With Vision 2030, which has women empowerment and enablement at the heart of that vision, led by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a lot of reforms happened for women in Saudi, which enabled women to be more empowered and enabled across different sectors. I speak on behalf of the sports sector. However, there are a lot of females in different sectors as well, were enabled and found that opportunity today in different areas. So if I would deep dive a little bit in sports and explain more about those reforms and the transformation that's happening in sports. As we all know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going through a transformation started in 2016, looking at different elements in different areas. We started in the sports sector, led by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, the Minister of Sport, who's leading the national sports strategy within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're very proud to see the progress, feel it every single day, with all of the achievements. And with the leadership of our Minister of Sport, equality is a key element. So there is no difference between men or women, boys or girls. I am today the Assistant Minister of Sport, and I've never felt that I've been treated differently than any other, than my male colleagues, and that is at a leadership level within the sports sector, and that is cascaded as well within athletes, admin, employees within the sector and within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So really we're today living exciting times within the Kingdom. We invite everyone around the world to be part of this journey, to be part of this transformation. I might give you a bit of background about the key achievements that happened in women's sports in the previous years. We're very proud today to have sports federations led by females. So we have 6 sport federations that have female presidents, and they are presidents of those federations, not because they're females, but because they are capable today to lead a sporting federation. We have more than 40 women national teams that compete regionally and internationally as well. In terms of football, we have today the Women Premier League, which was established 3 years ago. And this Women Premier League has around 10 clubs that are competing in the Premier League, and it's broadcasted globally. And it's the only league in the region that is broadcasted globally. So we might have been late. However, we've already exceeded a lot of countries within the transformation that is happening. We also have our schools league for girls and boys. We have more than 80,000 girls playing football every week in schools. So that's for women's sports. However, there's a transformation that's happening in general for men and women. If we go into mass participation, before Vision 2030, we only had 13% of the Saudi population physically active, and that is a very low number. So if you compare that number with the UK, for example, the UK, the percentage of participation in physical activity and sports is 75%. Saudi was 13% back in 2015. We're very proud to say that today that percentage has significantly increased from 13% to 59%. So that shows that whatever we're doing is actually working, and whatever we do is for our people, for our nation. And that number, 59%, is for men and women, and surprisingly, women participation is only 2% behind men's participation. So that really showcases the equality within women and men, and the access and the opportunity that exists today for everyone within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
I mean, first of all, a round of applause for this magnificent achievement, please. And it's so amazing to see that Saudi Arabia right now is the hub for strong hub for sports, and women can partake and compete at any level. So thank you so much, Alba. Thank you for this. And speaking of levels, Razan, through skydiving, you've literally taken Saudi women's sports to new heights. When you first took that leap, did you feel you were defying gravity or defying expectations?
Well, first I would like to thank for this opportunity to be here today and to share the journey of skydiving or the extreme sports, especially with women. People always like telling me that be a skydiver because to show to the people that women can do or can be in a sport which demand by men, which I disagree with this, because skydiving is not just about jumping from the plane or just defying the gravity or just to challenge the stereotype about women that they cannot do it. Only men can jump from the plane or practice this sport. Skydiving, it's really a sport. It's not just to put the parachute and jumping from the plane. And this is what I got it like as an idea after like the first jump. Of course, I was scared from the beginning or before or in the process to take the license of the skydiving. But the thing is that it's really changed a lot of things in the personal life. It's not just about women or men. It's like, but the thing that's about women, it's really helped to take the steps or to really find what they really want in the sport. So this is what I found it in the skydiving. It's not just about defying gravity or to show the expectation about women, especially with extreme sports.
Thank you so much. And if you ever tried skydiving, you know that, you are one fearless and courageous person. Thank you, Arsan. Salwa, by the way, we're sisters, if you haven't noticed. Today, I'm not as your sister, I'm as your moderator, someone who's very proud of you. And I want to talk about your work that spans equestrianism, art, and event production. And within the context of Saudi Arabia and the exploration of identity through arts and sports, how do you see creativity and sport intersecting and shaping culture?
Thank you, Kariman, and thank you for the Creative Women platform for having me for the second year. It's an honor to share the stage with you today, ladies. To start talking about sports and art, we have to go back to school. So in school, historically and typically, the athlete is separated from the artist. And then that separation at first is physical, but it grows to become a mental separation when you transition to college and ultimately at work and in professional fields. And I think for me, I happen to be an artist who participated as a fencer. I love the sport because of the artistry behind it, the weapon, the mask, the movement, the choreography. It didn't feel far from the things that I enjoyed as an artist. But I also happen to work in horse racing. And so why is it important to create a bridge between art and horse racing, or art and sports per se? I think it's because you're sort of creating a space where two perspectives can face each other. In horse racing, sometimes I have to admit, I feel that I'm mentioning things to people around me and they're always asking me, well, why? Why would you do that? Historically, we haven't done that. In horse racing, there's an owner and breeder who is from Ireland. Mrs. Susan Magner is known for naming her horses after sculptors, poets, painters, from Auguste Rodin to Henri Matisse, from Dylan Thomas to Delacroix, who 2 weeks ago, I believe, retired to become a stallion. So, you're watching your race and you're hearing the commentator say the name of your favorite artist. That brought me unexpected joy. And I felt like, oh, that is in a subconscious way, gave me permission to be creative in my own way. So I do believe that when you have individuals who create a thread between two perspectives that don't historically meet, you create a third space, a new space where a discovery can be made and can be explored. And ultimately, I do believe culture is based on shared experiences.
I think that's an excellent observation. And actually, in ancient Greece, the philosophers were also athletes because they believe in true excellence came from nurturing both the body and mind. So, and I honestly think sport is a form of art. It's just maybe creativity in motion.
I love that.
My second question to Razan is regarding adventure sports. Adventure sports demand both mental and physical endurance. Do you believe young athletes today are more fearless or more fragile in their pursuit of challenge and validation through social media?
I think today the young athletes, they are like fearless. It's not just like in skydiving because each sport really needs like a brave or strength personality to practice, because it's not just about to do something, it's very hard or it's very difficult. It's about challenging themselves. It's like how they can really like accept their weakness, to develop them, to understand what's happened with the mistakes that they are doing in the sport. For example, in skydiving, as I said before, it's not just about jumping from the plane and open the parachute, then landing. It's like we have to understand what's happening with my body in the wind, and what's really my weakness, because a small change or a small details, it can really make a huge change. And about the social media, like the people, or not only the athletes, they should be a parents. They should understand what the reason or the purpose of using the social media, because it can be like with a positive thing or a negative thing. But from my opinion, social media is a good tool for a voice. Like for me, like for skydiving, it's a new sport here. The people always have it as a dangerous sport. It's not safe. It's like a lot of people dying from this sport, and like this is not true, because it's really a safe sport, and there are many people for a long time they are practicing, and still they are practicing. And the social media now, it's really take a place in our world. So the people, they can really use it to show what the positive thing, what the great thing that they are doing, but they need to be careful, because sometimes it puts the people under stress to achieve something just to show it in the social media. So that's what I can say. Just be careful. You have to know why you are using the social media in this time.
Absolutely, I agree. Social media can be a beautiful place, but also dangerous for our young athletes. And I think what you're doing is very brave. And if you ever want to be fearless, sports is your answer. Trust me, it will teach you so many ways how to be fearless. My next question is to Adwa. Today you serve as the Assistant Minister for Sport Affairs at the Ministry of Sport in Saudi Arabia. And as someone now shaping policy, how do you balance the drive for progress with the patience required for sustainable development? And do you think we are sometimes pushing too quickly for visibility at the expense of long-term structure?
It's a good question. I don't think what we do is pushing for visibility, because whatever we do is for our people, for our nation, to ensure that we have better access in sports in general. And in terms of other areas, the government with Vision 2030 focuses on having a better quality of life for everyone living in Saudi. So whatever we do is for our people, for our nation. It's not for visibility. In terms of policies, definitely in any transformation, you need to focus first on the policies and the regulations that will help you achieve the transformation that you would like to achieve. So that the last years were more about reforms, policies, regulations, and it continues to evolve and it continues to improve. We test, we find gaps, we continue to improve as we go. However, I think the previous years we were focusing on participation, getting everyone into sports. But I think the future, to ensure more sustainability, is to focus on our future champions. We would like to see Saudi females world champions in the future. So a lot of programs that we're doing today are for young girls. So we have 6 years old girls that are part of the programs in Mahd Academy or in the schools program or in the schools league. So that generation that have started getting into physical activity and sports from a young age will hopefully, inshallah, be the future champions we aspire to see. So it requires time to see that result, and it requires like a couple of generations to achieve to the targets that we would like to aspire as Saudis, because we aim to the highest level. We have the support of the government, the support of the leadership. So everything we need as Saudis, we have today. So we don't have any excuse to not achieve our goals, our dreams. And what was a dream in the past, today is a reality. We live it every single day. So we're privileged and lucky to be part of this era, and we look forward to a bright future, hopefully, in sports.
We are in exciting times here in Saudi Arabia, and especially in the sports sector. So thank you so much, Adwa, and thank you for, embracing that mindset and carry these ideas forward. Thank you so much. Salwa, you've competed, created, and carried forward your family's legacy in sports. Do you think legacy still matters today and to the next generation, or are we witnessing a shift towards self-made individual stories in Saudi sports?
Well, when we talk about legacy, in particular in horse racing, it's embedded in the sport in a way that when you have a successful horse, he becomes a stallion, and then when you have a filly, she becomes a broodmare, and then their bloodline, their lineage is carried through their children. And the people taking care of these horses have families of their own, and as the years go by, they also hand over the torch. The father gives it to the son or the daughter, and then the daughter gives it to her daughter, and so on. But not every sport is that linear. I believe, take example, all of you ladies today on stage, you all, I imagine, had to draw your own roadmap. It wasn't necessarily all there for you, but the work that you have done has created a roadmap for the next person. So sometimes I think you have to, as Adwa mentioned earlier, have personal courage to take that leap of faith, but sometimes we're lucky enough to have that roadmap drawn for us. When I became a fencer, it was after your participation as an Olympian, so I felt that it was easy to do as a sister, but also as a fellow Saudi woman. So to put it simply, if there is a roadmap, there's no shame in following it and adding your touch, but if there isn't, take that leap of faith and you'll make someone's life much, I wouldn't say easier, but you're going to give them a resource, and it will help the family supporting that athlete or that individual with a dream.
Building a legacy is hard, but also sustaining a legacy is hard. And I believe the key thing is to just follow your passion and work hard, and legacy will come later on. Thank you, Salwa.
Thank you.
Thank you for, you're my sister, yes, but I learn from you every day. And your journey is truly one of a kind, one that beautifully combines equestrianism, art, and sports, while advancing Saudi Arabia's global position in equestrian excellence. And honestly, you do it with such grace and confidence. I'm very, very proud of you. Thank you, Salwa. Razan, thank you for being with us today. And best of luck as you continue with your journey in the world of adventure sports. I know it's not easy. Where fearlessness and courage are also essential. And I know you have what it takes to face every challenge ahead. So thank you. Thank you, Razan. And finally, Adwa, thank you for such an engaging and insightful conversation. And as we come to the end of this session, I'd love to hear your closing thoughts or maybe a message you would like to share with everyone here today.
First, I would like to thank the Creative Women Forum for organizing the second edition in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And a special thanks to Princess Noura Bint Saud for her efforts in organizing this. And we look forward for the future editions. It's very important to have such forums for us to connect, to discuss, to collaborate together. So thank you everyone for organizing this. It's an honor to be with you here today, and we look forward for the future editions.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Round of applause for this magnificent panel. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. That was phenomenal. Thank you. So, before moving to our next keynote, let's just announce about the workshop that will take place at the Black Box on around 3 p.m. about overcoming limits, beliefs, unlocking leadership potentials, given by Noura team, founder of Success Without Limits and IT Business Consulting Chair, London region, or England region. So, moving to the next keynote, Bridging Cultures Through Music, a woman's role in creative sustainability. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Amira Fouad, CEO and founder of Encore Performing Arts and the National Youth Orchestra, Dubai. Please welcome her.
Good luck. Thank you so much. Are we set? All right. Thank you, Olga, Rebecca, Islay, Viola, Alexandra, the incredible support from Her Royal Highness Princess Noura, and the entire Creative Women team for this extraordinary gathering here in Riyadh. It is an honor to be here during this exciting time for women in Saudi Arabia. Your Royal Highness Princess Noura, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and to all the young women and students in this audience who will shape our cultural future. I'm Amira Fouad. I'm Egyptian, British-born, raised and educated in Canada, France, and the UK, and have lived around the world and for the past 10 years in Dubai. When I founded Encore Performing Arts almost 15 years ago, I had a simple but profound belief that the arts don't just reflect culture, but they actively create it. That every performance, every program, every audience member and young person we reach is a thread in the cultural fabric that we're weaving for our region's future. Today, I want to share with you how that belief has manifested into 3 interconnected initiatives that are redefining what cultural sustainability means in our region and why women have been at the absolute heart of this transformation. Let me start with where we laid our foundation with our first concert series at Dubai Opera. With over 14 seasons and over 150 performances, bringing some of the world's best talent to the region, we wanted our audience to experience it, understand it, and feel its power to transcend boundaries. But here's what made this program revolutionary from the very beginning. We made a conscious decision to center female talent, not as a statement, not as a quota, but because we recognized something that the classical musical world was slow to acknowledge, that women weren't just participating in classical musical excellence, they were defining it, but not necessarily recognized as leading it. In an effort to oppose this, we intentionally showcased female musicians, conductors, composers, soloists, not in separate women in music series, but integrated into the fabric of our concert series. And here's what 14 music seasons has taught us. When you consistently platform female excellence, you don't just change who's on stage, you change who's in the audience and who dreams of being on stage, who believes it's possible. So we watched young girls take their parents to performances. We saw mothers and daughters attending concerts together, creating shared cultural memories. We witnessed the seeds of change in our Arabic society, where I personally recognized being born to Egyptian parents into families that traditionally encourage and respect subjects such as medicine, engineering, and business. We now have open forums and discussions with local families to talk about shared experience and to encourage and support the arts in Arabic societies and families. Secondly,
our approach has been built to build a sustainable ecosystem in classical music for the region, and this is something I'm very, very passionate about. So by presenting concerts, however transformative, this wasn't enough. We realized that for true creative sustainability, we needed to build an entire ecosystem, one that moved from inspiration to education, from audience member to performer, from consumer of culture to creator of it, not just focusing on the consumer, but on those who created behind the scenes. Our seasons at Dubai Opera became our showcase for what's possible, but we needed programs that would not only develop the artists, but the administrators, the educators, and the audience members of tomorrow. Thirdly, the power of consistent excellence. What does creative sustainability look like in practice? Well, many performances every year, year after year, building not just an audience, but a loyal community. So we've built strong partnerships of excellence who support our work on many different levels with organizations such as the Juilliard School of Music in New York, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra from London, the Guildhall School of Music and Drama in London, Steinway Pianos, Dubai Culture, the Emirati Musicians Association, the Ministry of Culture in Abu Dhabi, Welsh National Opera, and many, many more. Our female-led leadership team has made this possible, and our company has 70% women running it and behind the scenes. So through mentorship and investment in training, maintaining global standards, and mentoring the next generation of arts administrators, this is how we've succeeded to put women at the forefront of our arts organization. This brings me to the natural evolution of all this work, the National Youth Orchestras and Choirs in the UAE. 8 years ago, inspired by what we were seeing in our audiences, we asked ourselves, where are these young people going to perform? Oh my goodness, do we have the video already? Should we maybe just put it on hold for a second? Who's training the next generation of musicians who can command prestigious international stages? The National Youth Orchestra emerged from this question, and here we are in New York City when we went to Carnegie Hall. It wasn't a separate initiative, it was the logical next chapter in building creative sustainability. If our concert season showed what excellence looked like,
you're
the
just
National Youth Orchestras and choirs and all that has blossomed around it would create the pathway for young people to achieve it themselves. Over these past years, we've built something extraordinary with things like Global Notes and Music in the Studio, and now Encore Presents. Our brand new Emirati music education program is oversubscribed and represents the culmination of all these philosophies. It proves that government subsidies for the arts work and populations thrive through the arts. Let me tell you a little bit more about creative sustainability through the lens of women in our organization. Our female faculty members don't just teach notes on a page, they mentor our young people through the complex navigation of pursuing artistic excellence in a rapidly changing region. Only last week, a young female 16-year-old Emirati musician in our program, a young woman of exceptional talent and potential, asked about further music education in the region, and we helped guide her decisions and even engage additional funding for her family. Our female teams don't just manage logistics, but they architect opportunities. They negotiate with international venues, securing funding, building partnerships, and ensure that every young person in our program sees a future for themselves in the arts. This is creative sustainability in action, building systems that don't just survive changes in leadership or funding, but that generate their own momentum through empowered individuals. So now, after taking this orchestra to Carnegie Hall, we ask ourselves, do we just rest on our laurels? No, we pick up our instruments, metaphorical and literal, and we continue composing the future, note by deliberate note. And to every young woman here, your voice matters, your culture needs you, and the world in Riyadh is waiting to see what you'll create. Thank you for your dedication, your generosity of spirit, and your unwavering belief in the power of art. I'm very grateful for this moment with you. Thank you. Thank you.
you very much. Thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. So, moving to the next panel, Media and Mirror. Women defining the global narrative, ownership, and agency in the media landscape. Please welcome again the moderator, Jacqueline Brooke. Yes. Best of luck, Jacqueline.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Delighted that you've all stayed with us. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Liz Perkins, news editor for the Sunday Telegraph. Liz is an award-winning journalist whose investigations have actually changed UK law and really opened conversations globally about women's safety and justice. So Liz, if you could join us on stage, that would be great. And then we're going to be followed by Denise Parkinson, who is the SVP of Sales and Marketing from Variety. Thank you, Denise. Denise is a global media executive with over 3 decades across both the film, television, and indeed the digital industries. And she's going to really speak about shaping entertainment strategy, partnership, and purpose. And so we're also going to be joined by Gloria Ai, who's founder of I Ask Media and Capital. Gloria is a media entrepreneur from China and an investor who's very much about bridging East and West, amplifying leadership, innovation, and purpose-driven media. So thank you, ladies. We will kick off. I think I can work the technology, I can. So really delighted to welcome all of you here. We're going to really kick off a very exciting 20-minute conversation about media in the mirror and how women are really driving and shaping global narratives. And we are joined by some incredible women here who are very much shaping what we see and how we see and what we hear across the world. So I'm going to start off with yourself, Liz, if you don't mind. And I very much want to really dig in a little bit to your career, which is very much, if I could say, been about really confronting uncomfortable truths. So whether it's from misogyny in sport, and we just heard quite a bit on the Women in Sport panel, or whether too it's the failures of justice. So for me, I really want to understand, as I'm sure all of you do, how do you in your everyday career balance empathy with accountability when you're reporting on really sensitive issues?
Well, first of all, before I actually answer your question, I know some of the students asked me today, who were the famous people that I've got to meet during the course of my career and what kind of stories I've covered. And they got very excited when I told them that I went to Buckingham Palace and was there with Queen Elizabeth and went to Jeff Bezos' house in Washington and met the head of Disney, Bob Iger, over in LA and done all sorts of things like that. But going back to your question, it feels like you're walking a tightrope actually, because you're having to be almost 2 people at the same time. On the one hand, you have to be very sympathetic towards people who have been through the most traumatic experiences in Britain that I've ever seen. And on the other hand, you have to deal with the government side of things. So on the one hand, you're giving a voice to the voiceless, and on the other, you're holding power to account. I mean, that is the fundamental job of a journalist. And for me, I felt the important thing is to give the opportunity to people who normally are ignored, and they can actually have that opportunity to say, look, this awful situation is happening in my life, whether that's at work or at home, and I need to speak to somebody about that. And I think it takes great courage and bravery in order to just talk about some of the situations that these women and men have faced. And I always feel grateful that they're prepared to confide in me. But the flip side is that I've got to put these stories out there and to get governments to listen and different organisations to listen, to improve working environments or to improve different sectors in Britain, because it's important. And if it wasn't for me shining the mirror and people like me at these different organisations, then change wouldn't happen. And obviously the rugby story that you talked about, I mean, that went around the whole entire world. Everybody knew about it, and they had to change because this one woman was prepared to speak out and say, look, I'm being treated very badly at work. We need to do something about this. And, obviously I changed law because countless women said the family court in Britain is not up to scratch. We've got to do something about this. And children are being handed over to very bad people because of our court system. And that should not be happening anywhere in the world, especially in Britain, because you don't expect that at all.
Thank you, Liz, because it's really important to hear, honestly, your perspective on this, being so close and having that accountability, which I think is really important to balance out for all of us, to hear what's happening and using that power, honestly, very, very wisely. So I really want to dive just a little bit into, you spoke a little bit, which is great, just on understanding how you helped change UK law, which I think is really, and I remember reading about it, and I think it's really great proof, sometimes in a very cynical world, that journalism can indeed drive policy change, which is something you should be very, very proud of.
Thank you.
Do you believe, and I'm kind of opening it out a little bit broader, so I do apologize, and it is a broad question, but do you believe investigative journalism, and we talked a little bit backstage, we're a little bit older in our careers, we came from different worlds that were quite analog and they've moved on a little bit, but do you feel that investigative journalism still has that power in an age dominated by algorithms, which we've heard a lot of conversation about, but also, as we hear, quite a bit short attention spans?
I think the reality is, what I achieved was very rare, as you alluded to, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. I don't think anything is impossible, especially my job, because obviously when you work in the media, you have a lot of power. I think it is a challenge right now because of budgets. In Britain, we're seeing a lot of journalists losing their jobs, which I don't think is a great situation to be in, because obviously we need to have a strong media in order to have a really good society. You have to have people holding you to account and making changes. But the trouble is, you've got money men who say, ooh, an investigation takes a long time and it may not give you a lot of hits on your website. However, I'd argue that the best stories come through investigations, and I can't give you an investigation within half an hour of me chatting to you now. I wish I could.
Of course.
But, it's the nature of it. You have to speak to a lot of people. You've got to balance things out. And, it's vital. So I do think there will always be a place for investigative journalists and journalism. However, I guess they're going to have to do like I did and ignore the fact that we're dominated by social media, ignore the fact, there is less money, and just try and force change irrespective of the environment in which we are actually in right now.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. So I'm going to move on a little bit. I'm sure you want a little break, Liz, but I'm going to move on to Denise. Denise, you've worked at the helm, honestly, especially across 3 decades, which I think is really important, of some of the world's biggest media and entertainment brands. In your opinion, what do you feel is the greatest challenge that is facing women, in particular in the industry today? And I'm really thinking about, given just the focus of our panel today, when it comes to visibility, when it comes to credibility, and then also when it comes to creative freedom.
Well, let me turn this on. Hello, Wembley. I think that the biggest challenge facing women is sometimes in our heads. I grew up in the age of Gloria Steinem. She had Ms. Magazine. Helen Gurley Brown had Cosmopolitan. There was, behind Ben Bradley at the Washington Post was a woman that broke the Watergate story that, by the way, I think took 6 months of research to break when we talk about investigative journalism, and it's probably the greatest investigative journalism ever. So growing up with that, and even like we share Sandberg, at the helm of Facebook for a long time, I never thought women were held back. I come from that feminist generation that you just never thought that way. So I think it's in your head. If there's trouble, I know so many successful women, and the thing behind a lot of them, including myself, is there's great men behind us too. So I really want to address that because, yeah, we all have to support other women. We need to be there for each other and encourage. but there's also amazing men out there who can help lift up, give you a break. I have an incredible mentor, Tom Tomasi. He's been my mentor for over 25 years. You know, he's like the Robert De Niro of media. He's worked at Disney, he's worked at ESPN, and you know, I think, yeah, we can't count that out. So going back to what are the challenges for women, don't sabotage yourself, don't have self-doubt, and you know, don't try to be one of the guys, don't try to, just be yourself, and it all works out. You know, if you're good, that'll come through no matter what sex you are.
It always does start with the head. That's a really good piece of advice to take away.
Yeah, I feel lucky being a baby boomer because we just never thought it was an issue being a woman.
I can honestly say, having grown up in Ireland, which is quite a matriarchy society with strong women, I could completely agree. I think I heard the feminism word, honestly, as early as when I was 3. I can remember it quite well, about equality in the house. And I think then, because you've mentored, and I'm sure we've got a lot of young female students in the audience as well who would love to hear, Denise, your advice. And because you've mentored countless young professionals coming up in media, what's the single, that's quite tough, but what's the single most important skill that you believe this next generation, which are already here, must master in order to survive and in particular thrive, really in the attention economy?
Yeah, we're definitely in the attention economy. As we're seeing that, there's so many movies that are failing right now with huge stars, and they've got good budgets, but they're long. And then we're seeing the rise of the vertical short, you know, which is a minute, and you can watch it in your hand. And people are getting really addicted to these amazing shorts, and the studios are actually investing money into them, seriously, because it's the next wave. But for young people, the greatest skill you could have right now is be a sponge, be adaptable, be ready to pivot at any moment, don't get locked in. And I'm almost going to link this back to your first question about the barriers for women. And that is, if another woman says to me, oh, it's my age, oh, you know, I just don't get AI or whatever, it's like, again, you're sabotaging yourself because it's not your age. You know, you can, if you're good, anyone will take you at any age. So, you know, for young people, as you're growing up and going through the ranks, just be flexible, because there's tech out there that doesn't exist right now. There's media platforms that don't exist, and you know, you have to be able to adapt and just be open and move forward.
And I think on the attention economy, just to share a little bit, you know, we at Getty Images have a lot of insights, and it's been interesting because we're quite tracking the rise of short format video. You know, when we ask what types of visual content do you want to engage in, and if we think about the travel sector, for instance, they'll say 53% will say I want to see short format video. But when I look at the younger generations, which is one we're always keen, because there is a lot of, I know there's a lot of data out there, but there's also a lot of stereotypes in a way about the younger generation. So we've had some really interesting data that's come in the last couple of weeks, and it is showing that there's a return to long format, that actually the younger generations are looking for longer format content.
You know, the thing is, like, you don't go to, like, you didn't go to a record store and buy like an LP and a single. Like, you bought both. You know, like, you might only like that one song, or you might want the entire, like, Dark Side of the Moon. You know, the choice was yours. And I like everything. I love short form. And I love trailer spots that are like 10 seconds and just boom, like, you got it. But then, you know, I also liked The Brutalist. That's almost 4 hours long with an intermission. So it's not one or the other. There's everything's together, and there's, if it's quality, that's the thing. So really great vertical shorts that are, you know, really engaging. And then amazing feature films.
That's the value of creativity, right?
Yeah, exactly, and quality.
Yeah. It'll always command attention.
Yeah. And quality doesn't equate with budgets, necessarily.
I agree. Thank you, Denise. Really appreciate that insight. And then last but not least, Gloria, and I do thank you for waiting this long. Gloria, you've interviewed over 2,000 global leaders. That is a lot of conversations. From your experience, what separates the truly impactful voices from the merely visible ones?
Yeah, thank you for that profound question. It's also a very challenging question. First of all, I have to say thank you so much for having me. My name is Gloria, and my last name is AI. You can truly call me Miss AI. As a financial host and a tech investor, I've spent a decade connecting Chinese innovators with global opportunities. So today, very happy to hear. Actually, I'm also, besides my professional work, I'm a mother of 3, and I'm learning today, many of you, how to balance ambitions and purpose, success with significance. So it's also a great learning journey for me today. Back to your question, that's very interesting. What is the true truth lies in? I'm here today wearing actually latest AI glasses. So I'm gonna do this, and you will see, I will see my questions, and see your questions and see my answers through my glasses.
Wow.
So I would love to talk about a little bit about today's China's business environment. So one, the business environment grows more transparent in China, and the anti-corruption becomes straighter. Yes, I asked media would provide thousands of founders or unicorns. We see entrepreneurs rise and fall overnight. Founders imprisoned, influencers banned, but in a good way, because it makes me question again, that, like the question you asked, what truly lasts? So then I will see the answer here. This is what I prepared for today. I've learned that the true influence is not built on visibility, but on values that survive uncertainty. I can give you 2 examples. When I first just started IS Media, I interviewed a young man who had already failed several times. His new idea sounds very impossible, which is to let every person see a different vision of news they love. And everybody's saying he's ridiculous, and his company got lawsuit and dismissed by the media. But he told me, what you love is the real headline. If we give up personalized news today, we may give up our individuality tomorrow. So that one, the man's name, I'm not sure you know, he's the founder of the ByteDance, the mother company of TikTok, Zhang Yiming. Wow. Yes. By then, the moment I met him like almost 13 years ago, he had nothing but vision. Today, his company has reshaped how the world consumes information, but he's improving it. I know it's not perfect, but he's improving. And another story, another guy, he's also founder of the biggest education group in China. His name is Michael Yu. He's a farmer turned educator, also once failed the college entrance exam, but later built a new Oriental education group. How he found hope in despair, he told me, if my school ever collapses, I must still have money to refund every student and pay every teacher. So years later, probably I don't know, the China's tutoring industry was wiped out overnight, and he reinvented his business and himself. He did refund and repaid everybody. So I think that's give me what really separates, as you asked, impact from visibility. Here's what my answer is. I think impact is built by those who refuse to detach from people, who serve, rebuild, and rise again. And every success has its own life circle. But the ones who endure are those who keep creating what the world truly needs. Hope you like my answer.
So, well, what I've really taken from that is, which I think is good, is it's really about values that continue, that survive, that persist, and that connect with people. Gloria, you mentioned quite a bit there about your experience in China, and you operate across, in your capacity of your everyday career, you operate across 2 very different media landscapes.
Of course.
So the East versus the West.
Yeah.
So how do you find authenticity in storytelling when the definition of truth, and this again is a very big question.
It is a big question.
But when the definition of truth itself can vary across cultures.
Yeah, it reminds me of my master's thesis. from Peking University, which is on the international media portrays China since 1949. You know, what I discovered was striking. For example, take China, the word as example. China is one of the most misunderstood concepts in the global communications. Why? Because China isn't one story, it has many stories in one word. So for example, when international media says China, what do they actually mean? Is it the 5,000-year civilization that gave us philosophy? Is it the 4.0 billion people with dreams just like yours and mine? Or the tech founders I interview leading a smart vehicles and AI? Or the only nation with complete industrial chains? The world factories? One word. So in my opinion, it's countless meanings. So often the international reporting collapses one layers into one single narrative. So here's my answer I prepared on my AI glasses. I think one word countless means too often. How do we find the authenticity in the complexity? I've learned to stop trying to explain China. Instead, I think this misunderstanding also happens to America, also to the Middle East. What I choose to do is follow the wisdom, love the specific person. For example, the companies I visited, the manufacturing, the factories I visited, or the girl from Xinjiang dreamed to study overseas, or the unicorn founders who are trying to get IPO listed on NASDAQ. So once, like today, this is my second time in the Middle East, my first time in Saudi Arabia. Once I see here, I be here, be present at this different culture, I get closer to the truth. Yeah, love specific person, individual, and try to understand. We all, like myself, is attracted by differences, but also amazed by empathy. We are so different with different color, occupation, background, languages, but a love. I all see common building or different ladies here today. Thank you.
So I think, Gloria, there it's very much about specificity matters, immersion matters, being open matters. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
They were some very weighty questions. So I think we've come to the end of our time, but by all means, please do reach out to Liz, to Denise, and to Gloria. I'm sure they'd love to carry on this conversation with you in the foyer. And I do want to thank you all, because it is a really important moment for us to share, to really think about how women leaders are changing and redefining the global narrative, whether it's from investigative journalism to entertainment to honestly bridging cultures where East meets West. So I do want to thank you all for your time. Please join me and congratulate and thank everybody, our wonderful panelists on this conversation around the media. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Those such lovely closing words. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our esteemed guests. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, moving to our next, not a panel, it's a video. A video address. The speaker is Her Royal Majesty Olori Adrinok Adinweli Ogunosi, founder Africa Fashion Week, London and Nigeria, CEO of Adair Odo Textile Hub, CEO of a Queen Moromi Ajasaro Initiative. And I'm really sorry for the bad pronunciation, but let's watch the video together.
Greetings in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Distinguished guests, honorable leaders, dear creative sisters from around the world. It gives me great honor and joy to join you, even from afar, for this beautiful gathering, the Creative Women Forum 2025. Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Creative Women Platform for this recognition that I receive with humility, appreciation, and a renewed commitment to continue to support creativity, empowerment, and excellence among women everywhere. Creativity is not only a talent, it's a source of life. It is how we imagine possibilities, solve challenges, build communities, and shape the future. In business, creativity becomes a strategic force that helps women transform ideas into enterprises, passion into purpose, and innovation into sustainable impact. And nowhere is this more visible than here in Saudi Arabia, a country evolving and arising at an extraordinary pace, embracing innovation, honoring its heritage, and empowering women to lead across every sector. I would like to offer my warmest appreciation to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Bint Saud bin Nayef Al Saud, patron of this distinguished event. Her unwavering support for creativity and her dedication to uplifting women's voices is truly inspiring and reflects a new hope of possibilities flourishing in this nation. My gratitude also goes to Miss Olga, founder and CEO of Creative Women Platform, for her visionary leadership, and also to my big sister, Viola Edward, for introducing me to this remarkable platform and community. I say thank you. I want to also recognize the extraordinary creative work taking place globally, especially through initiatives like the Africa Fashion Week London, an organization that is close to my heart, where culture, fashion, and identity and heritage are celebrated and elevated to the world stage. Creativity is a universal language. It allows us to express who we are, to tell stories, and to stand tall in our truth. Together, we create women who are shaping a more compassionate, innovative, and inclusive future. I am very much looking forward to being with you in person this year, and I look forward to exploring future collaborations, especially in Nigeria, to continue building bridges between cultures, celebrating creativity, and expanding opportunities for women around the world. It would be an honor to bring this vision to life together. Until then, I send my love, my blessings, my congratulations to all the women receiving recognition today, and to all those who continue to create, to lead, and to inspire. May this forum continue to grow, guided by vision and grace, and may the Creative Women Platform flourish and shine for many years to come. Thank you. May peace be upon you all. I'm Her Royal Majesty, Queen Ronke Adeliri Ogunwusi of the Ile-Ife Kingdom in Nigeria.
So moving to our next keynote, Bridging World, Media Capital and the Rise of Female Leadership. Please welcome to the stage the speaker, Gloria I, founder of I Ask Media and Capital, National March 8, the Red Banner, Bastille. I think I said it wrong, but welcome, Gloria. Very nice outfit as well.
Thank you. I'm back again. All right, my name is Gloria AI. You can call me Miss AI again. The theme I want to share today is simple, yet timeless. What should we truly believe in during our lifetime? In 2017, I came into the Middle East for the first time. I gave a TED Talk on Kish Island, Iran. That day, I became the first Chinese woman ever stand on the Iranian TED stage. But what I remember most was not the speech. it was a silence. The stares in the audience sat men in black, the so-called moral police. Their eyes never left me. If my headscarf slipped just for a moment, I was told I could be taken away. So it was also my first time in the Middle East. I was afraid. But when the spotlight came on, I took a deep breath. And I thought, we are born free and we must not forget it. That day in Iran, I kept my scarf tight and I finished my talk. I made a choice to ignore fear, but still choose love, still choose purpose. Today, it's very happy to be in Saudi, because I can feel I'm not afraid, and also most importantly, beyond the media and investment, since then, I have never stopped supporting women through philanthropy. Encourage them to find their own confidence and their own freedom. 8 years later, I'm here again in the Middle East, but in a different, much more great country, in Riyadh, at the Princess Noura Women's University, the largest women's university in the world. Personally, also, I'm the trustee of the largest Chinese women's university, China Women's University. I want to say today, congratulations to every woman here, because we know since 2018, Saudi women have been able to drive and freely. Behind each driving license is not just our freedom, it is also a nation moving forward. Empowering women is not a privilege. We believe it's a pillar of national progress. So my second story is about how, as a girl, myself from a Yellow Mountain girl to the world stage, the power of curiosity. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Like many of you, I'm still learning how to live with meaning and how to become the woman I hope to be. But really thank you for the Creative Women Forum for inviting me to learn from so many brave, wise women from all over the world, Germany, Singapore, US, UK, etc., Mexico. I was born in 1987, China, Huangshan. It's called Yellow Mountain. It is a UNESCO World Natural and Cultural Heritage Site. It's 7,000 kilometers from here. The Silk Road once connected our two Asian lands, also connect to our stories today. But the first question I faced as a newborn baby was, as a baby girl, did I matter? Because in my traditional society, where boys were preferred, no one celebrated my birth. However, later, as the only child under China's one-child policy, I became a little bit important. But still, not quite enough, because I was told a clever girl or a girl with talent is not a virtuous girl. Then, my grandmother, who never went to school a single day in her life, whispered to me the most rebellious word in her life. She said, you know, don't believe them, believe in yourself. A woman with talent is a woman of virtue. So she named me Ai Cheng, in Chinese means love and honesty. So I made a promise to myself. I may not have applause in my life, but I will always have the sound of learning. At age 17, I became the top student in my region. I went to Beijing, Peking, to become the first woman in my family to attend university. And it was also the first time I had ever seen a train. No matter if you believe or not, I started to really speak English since 21. Since then, curiosity became my passport. from Yellow Mountain to Beijing, from Peking University to Harvard Kennedy School, from China Central Television correspondent based in New York City to an artificial intelligence investor today. I started communications. I worked to make media a bridge, speaking for the powerless and supporting the innovators. I am grateful. I didn't believe the voices that told me to stay silent. Yeah, I know. But however, nowadays, still too many women are still struggling in silence, bound by their origins, maybe by poverty, by gender, by bias. That's why I admire this forum. If, say, education really has freed millions of women from illiteracy, but not from invisibility. If your voice is here today, please do me a favor. Please remember to speak for those who still cannot. The third part of my speech, I'm talking about founding IS Media and Capital, giving Chinese innovation a face. This year's Nobel Prize in Economics once again spotlighted how technological innovation drives growth. I believe that those who truly push the world forward are the founders, the ones who turn technologies into reality. After Harvard Kennedy School, I walked away from high salary in finance and the glamour of entertainment industry. Instead, I joined China Central Television as a financial commentator based in New York soon. Then I encountered a paradox. Well, nearly 1,500 global unicorns are predominantly from China and US. But in Silicon Valley, people can match faces to companies, right? Steve Jobs, Apple, Zuckerberg, Facebook, Elon Musk, Tesla. Yet Chinese rise has been largely a faceless rise. The world saw made in China, but rarely saw who's shaping China. This was not an absence of capacity, but an absence of culture and the narrative, where the collective precedes the individual and the brand overshadows the founder. What is the longest distance in the world? Can I ask the crowds today? Is it from Peking to Riyadh? No, I believe it's from knowing to doing. So I returned to China to found IS Media and Capital. We interview and invest in innovators from China and the world in both English and Chinese, giving innovation a face, a story, and a soul. So over the past decades, we have interviewed nearly 1,000 founders, scientists, investors, and published over 2,000 original columns and podcasts, and produced nearly 1,000 top-tier business video interviews, and shared their stories with the world on the global stage like APEC, Davos, and World Asian Forum, launched the Global Founders Summit, and also creating the industrial ranking list of the top companies from different industries. So people often ask me, what does I ask for? And where does this relentless drive come from? And how do you respond to the bias against female founders? And why choose the hardest path? Daily updates? And how do you spontaneously lead, media, capital, and global summit at the same time? My answer is very simple. When you cannot do great things yet, do every small things in a great way. I never saw being a woman as a limitation. I don't just pursue the phrase gender equality, no. I pursue equal dignity for all. In investment, we were very happy early invested and early backed the ByteDance, which is a TikTok mother company, and also we invested the Himalaya, the China's largest audio media platform, and now we focus on the artificial intelligence and the robots industry. We participate in Discovery Channel's reality show that I ran China, which won the National Journalism Award. And we also partner with the Xinhua News Agency, which is a national news agency, and we partner with them on the China brands. Also, we aligned with the Made in China 2025 national policy, visited nearly hundreds of manufacturing enterprises. I see the best factory, the unmanned factories in the world, and launched the Hidden Champion series. And also, I published 3 books on entrepreneurship. If I must summarize my original mission in one line, here's the one. Here's to the crazy ones. They are not bound by rules, not satisfied with status quo, but you can praise or question them, but you cannot ignore them, because they are the ones who are changing the world and pushing humanity forward. Okay, the first part of my story is about AI and love, speed and the direction. My name is Gloria Ai, and okay, that's Gloria is my English name. Ai Cheng is my Chinese name. Do you want to learn Chinese today? Follow me. Ai, say it. Ai means love. Cheng, yeah, means honesty. You can call me Miss AI. I believe AI as a technology gives us a speed, but in Chinese, the AI sounds like love. Cheng means honesty. AI accelerates our run. Only love and honesty determines our direction. I once interviewed Yuval Harari, you may know that, right? The author of *Sapiens*. And he reminded us, as more people hand decision-making power to algorithm, AI might render 99% humanity useless and turning 1% into gods. An even more critical question remains. If this division of the 99, the 1 truly emerges, how will the 99% be treated? And will the 1% still have the motivation to create a better life for the 99%? This is not only a question, a technological question. It is one of humanity, ethics, and the global collaboration. No single individuals and country can solve it alone. So, how to be human in AI era? I have 3 practical suggestions. You want to hear? Number 1, I believe those who use AI will actively reshape the world. Those who don't will be reshaped by AI. 2, instead of worrying about being reshaped or replaced, become a pioneer who masters AI. 3, starting today, for every repetitive task, try to first ask, what can AI do for me? Personally, I'm truly grateful for AI because it allows me to balance my role as a mother of 3, a globally traveling financial host, and a young woman leader recognized with national awards. First, AI helped me to choose my armor. Can you see my dress? I always dress in red in China. When I step into investment and tech circles, because I often see a sea of black suits. AI software helped me to select from my collections of red outfits. So I found it very interesting because the Little Red Dress nonprofit, to do what? To encourage, it's a nonprofit to encourage women in China to live visibly and purposefully in their careers. And secondly, AI makes me efficient. It enables me to mentor at the Tsinghua University for the Schwarzman College, and also I'm a trustee and also support career development at China Women University. And also, I serve as an ambassador for you remember my hometown? Yellow Mountain City, yes, helping my local tea farmers. Finally, in a single 24-hour day, ChatGPT analyzes investment reports, and autonomous driving free my hands while I drive my kids to school. And robot vacuums serve as household heroes, and DeepSeek helped me draft this very speech. And now I'm wearing the AI glasses from China, Rocket, to help me finish the standing up speech with you guys. My life is definitely and also infinitely extended by AI. Here's a question: what should we truly believe in? So please have the resolve to embrace AI technology, and also as human being, keep the unconditional love, what it means to be human in this era. So my final salute is to every woman connecting global links. especially today, Saudi Arabia and China across miles. Today, we're not just here to share and to listen, right? We are here to build bridges. I wish bringing more Chinese technology companies to Middle East and the global market, and I also wish channel global capital into the tech future of the China and the world. 3, most importantly, ensure the women's leadership continue to shine on the global stage. So here's my contact, gloria.ai@askmedia.com. You also can find my personal email, gloria.ai@qq.com. Recently, you guys asked me what are my Instagram, which is I ask, I shoot, I post. I'm looking forward to connecting with you all, and please remember, we as women always deserve the very best. If you have to ask me why, it's very simple, why not? Don't forget, everyone is a child of a woman. It's my story, Miss AI. Thank you for your time, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Gloria. So, moving to our next panel, the future is creative, path to a sustainable future. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Maxime Jago, futurist, filmmaker, author, keynote, and founder of the Creativity Conference. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Maxime.
Thank you.
Yeah. He deserves applause, guys.
Your Royal Highness Princess Noura, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, visionaries and leaders, thank you for your attention and for your presence. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few opening remarks to introduce our panel and our panelists. My name is Maxim. I don't know why. This fundamental question, why, even for very important details we take for granted, like our names, is essential for understanding the creative process. Why implies purpose. Sometimes we don't know why, we just feel it. But this feeling can vary, and as Elizabeth Gilbert mentioned, sometimes you turn up, but the muse does not. How can we direct our creativity positively? How can we shape the future by applying our creative minds? As a futurist, my task is to understand patterns in the past and envision future expressions of those patterns. As a filmmaker, my task includes understanding universal narratives and giving expression to these narratives in ways that contemporary audiences can relate to. As a human being, as a technologist and mentor, my task is to be one of the good stewards of the earth. Each of us has the opportunity to express our true, authentic selves in the world, offering our unique qualities in the service of others. The challenge of creating an ideal, sustainable future is not particular to men or women or to a people. These are universal themes. In each moment, we can choose to be motivated by fear or motivated by love. And in this room, I sense love comes first. It is perhaps the only true power in the universe. With this panel, we will explore these ideas as they express in multiple creative disciplines and industries internationally. So, allow me to introduce our panelists. We have Sandra Bauknecht, luxury specialist, fashion journalist, TV personality and collector. Applause, please. We have Prathida Prahlad, artist and cultural icon from India, classical dancer, and founder, festival director for the Delhi International Arts Festival. Yasmin Gailani, deputy director for MENA at Sotheby's Middle East specialist and representative. Martha Fiennes, filmmaker, screenwriter, director, and digital artist. And Noura Al-Kusani, Head of Strategic Partnership Development, Oil Sustainability Program, the OSP. Thank you. Now, it works. Are we sitting comfortably?
Yes, we are.
More or less. So I'll start with Sandra. I imagine it's necessary for you to always pay close attention to the fast-changing themes and cultural focus for fashion and luxury lifestyles. Are there any themes that you find are both universal and timeless? Or do you find yourself always discovering new, surprising approaches to creative self-expression?
Thank you very much, Maxime, for this question. It's a very interesting one. In my world, I live between two worlds because it's constantly about the, urge and search for something new, while we always have this timeless need for our own identity and beauty. So the universal aspect, I would say, is that the human being constantly is on the search to express themselves, no matter which culture or where we are. Fashion is a constant or instant language. And so I think in the future, or where this transformation is coming now, we need to think about what is the language we wear, what we speak with our outfit. And I think that's also a shift in the luxury industry now. It's not about excess and being like, having more and more and more. It's more about finding the core values and the story behind what I'm wearing.
Fantastic. Universal qualities. Thank you. Pratibha, you come from a culture within which dance was practiced for generations by a particular community. When and how did these kinds of barriers dissolve to include other social groups into the dance fraternity? And also, how do you see traditions blending into the future via the modern practice of traditional arts?
Thank you for this question. I'm really not comfortable talking with the mic on this side. Do I look at you? Or do I
look out to the world? It's okay.
Okay, I'd like to congratulate the creators of the Creative Women Conference, especially Olga Balkaris and Rebecca and Princess Noura, who's been the patron. And it's been a wonderful experience being here with so many successful and creative women. I come from a traditional kind of a society, as you know, because Indian society is very similar to most most Middle Eastern and Far Eastern societies, but much more complex. And that is why I think India is called a subcontinent. And we trace our dance to 4,000 years, back. So we believe that our gods danced, and then their children danced, and by virtue of that, they taught dance to the population of India. And that's how we kind of connect with the gods. And we say that we have a multitude of gods and goddesses, as you know, and so we kind of live with them, we talk to them, we converse with them, we play with them, and we offer our dance and music to them as entertainment. And that is how this whole idea of classical dance and dance began in our civilizational history. Having said that, I think 2 generations before me was when the barriers dissolved, because the traditional community of Devadasi dancers who used to dance within the sacred precincts of the temple for God as an offering, because dance was an offering, it was not an entertainment, came out of the precincts when we got our independence from the colonial rule, and we became, and dance became a vehicle of expression, a vehicle of expressing our cultural identity, our cultural past, and an artistic kind of a future. because we had a legacy of about 3,000, 4,000 years, which most Indians at that point were not aware of. And we came to a point in our, in our lives when we had to reclaim our history, when we had to represent it and re-talk about it. So conversations about dance were not really respectable, like I'd say, even in the 40s or 50s, 1940s and 1950s. But after that, there came a whole new generation of dancers who embraced classical dance as professions, and they brought it on the proscenium stage. Because like I said, dance had to move out of the temple precincts onto the proscenium stage. And I've been lucky because, I have had the fortune of learning from traditional gurus who did not have a worldview of dance as we do today. And I've also had the opportunity to work with the government on policies and programs that include, people beyond binaries of caste, class, gender, stereotypes that we're all usually boxed in.
It's extraordinary. Within the culture and in the outer world, there's this addressing of culture. Thank you. Yasmin, your responsibilities include bridging cultures and working with artwork and artists at the highest level. It can be difficult to attribute monetary value to creative works, but surely there's a way to measure impact. What are the signals you look for in terms of impact when examining the value attributed to creative works in the Middle East and internationally?
Thank you, Maxime. Before I answer your question, I just want to highlight the fact that when we think of fine arts and value, and we put them hand in hand, often we jump to the conclusion that this refers to financial or monetary value. And this is often the case because, me coming from an auction background, whenever we're in the headlines, it's X painting has sold for X million dollars. So obviously, if we're constantly fed this narrative, this is the kind of value we jump to when thinking of fine art. But I'm actually here to tell you that I think it's the complete opposite. I think the monetary comes secondary, and the true value lies in the personal, the emotional, the cultural, and the historical. And I know we're limited for time, so I'm just going to simplify this to a few small examples. On a personal level, I'm going to give you as an example, Maxime. Let's say you're standing in front of a landscape image, and this image moves you because it reminds you of the view from your childhood window. That is emotional value that you as an individual are giving this painting that we cannot put a price on, because that's between you and how that painting has reflected on you. Similarly, if you follow an artist's practice, you invest a part of yourself in that artist and their journey, whether it's you affiliate with them on political views, on, I feel like even just going on their journey, on their struggles, you relate, again, emotional. That's looking at it from an individual perspective. If we look at it collectively, and this is where I think collective memory and fine art is so crucial and almost underlooked, and I'm hoping that this will change, through the course of how art shapes our world. The example of Saudi, it's a perfect example. There is an incredible art and cultural landscape, the movement, everything that's been happening in the last few years, from the Biennale, the Islamic Biennale in Jeddah, we have the Contemporary Biennale coming back in Riyadh, end of January. Riyadh Art Week was inaugurated earlier this year. There's so much going on, and you feel as a part of the social fabric by playing a part and being involved. So I think all these factors play in and then create the monetary value. That's in a nutshell.
It's beautiful, thank you. So there's an intrinsic value that emerges because of its impact. Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you. Martha.
Maxime.
Hi there.
Hi there.
I'm going to do the same conflict.
Just imagine I'm over there. Your work spans multiple creative disciplines, and they all, as far as I can see, lead towards creating experiences, or almost, one might say, wisdom exchanges between you and your audience. Perhaps you act as the conduit for that wisdom. Perhaps it comes from some quintessential part of yourself. Do you find changing the medium dramatically impacts the message? Or is it more that different themes demand different modes of expression? So what comes first, the message or the medium?
Well, of course, that's a huge question. I almost want to back up a little bit and sort of say I've just been so inspired and honored and fascinated by so many brilliant points of view and conversations over these 3 days. But I recognize I speak in the answering of this question from the humble place of the deep subjective experience. I am not part of an organization. I am not sharing any systematic endeavor with groups of people. It's a fundamentally, certainly at the inception, the artist process is a solo journey, certainly for me. It always was, it always will be. And then, of course, at a later stage, as you shared, and you said some interesting things, but I'm aware of this place that is an urge. I might even say it's vocational. It's not even intellectual. I almost find that one has to come down into the place of rational intellectual debate, but the place that inspires me, it started from a place of a sort of intrinsic urge and essence. Of course, I've come to feel the need to make art from having learnt and seen and been curious. As Gloria A. was talking about curiosity, of course, that's a huge driver. And then you think, do I dare myself to make work? And it is often unpleasant at times, and it's full of uncertainty, and it's messy, and you can be confronted by the horror of its potential entire failure. You're the judge of that in that journey. And only at the other side may you be fortunate enough, but the journey is so valuable, even failure is valuable, to encounter a world in which that's accepted by the likes of you, Yasmin, or many other people. So it's such a radically different process. And I know you asked about tools. Of course, the artist's tools are intrinsic, whether you're crushing pigments in Renaissance Italy from stones to make, and mixing them with egg to make incredible paint colors, or using AI, as I tentatively certainly have with film. I come from film, I'm a filmmaker. That was my first position before making these generative pieces. Yes, we are always taught in art that the medium is the message. So in answer to your question, there's an absolute sense that whatever your tools you're choosing will go some way to convey that message. And if you shift those tools around, like I believe I have making the leap from film to AI generative film art, yes, absolutely, the message changes, because unlike film, which is pre-baked, it is pre-baked, it's hardened in the oven, and it's always going to be the same when you play the movie over. The works that I've been exploring and creating have a life of their own, so I have a relationship with the decision-making capabilities of another intelligence, and that's been fascinating as well.
It does sound fascinating that it becomes a relationship with the autonomous system, right? It has
Absolutely.
An identity that you engage with. Thank you. Noura, as I explored the role of the oil sustainability program, I discovered the essential role of hydrocarbons in global energy. For those in the audience who are not chemists, myself included, these are chemicals combining hydrogen and carbon. The distribution and application for oil and oil derivatives is absolutely global. And so the partnerships you oversee must span diverse cultures, languages, and organizations. What are the essential qualities of a healthy partnership? What shared goals make partnerships effective?
Sure. Thank you, Maxim. So just to give a context about the oil sustainability program. So the program really focused on creating innovative ways of utilizing hydrocarbons in more economical, innovative, sustainable manner. It really, we focus on future materials, low carbon transportation solutions, and also energy access globally to ensure equity, energy security, equity, and sustainability. So maybe just to have everyone in the same context of what I'm talking about, I will start with a very short story to bring everyone to the same. I know many of you here knows Greta, the environmental activist. But anyone in this room knows Ayana. So Ayana is a 12-year-old girl who lives in rural Ethiopia. But her fight is against indoor pollution and not climate. So Ayana wakes up every day. She walks and collects woods for clean cooking. The mother gets worried. They come back to the house. The indoor pollution that happens from that wood. She has dreams like any other girl. So there are like millions of Ayanas who are really looking for a future, for dreams and what have you. So where does our work come here? So in our program, we have an initiative that's called Clean Fuel Solutions for Cooking. And here where we see hydrocarbons comes to a space where we create innovative solutions to bridge that gap. So clean cooking is very pressing challenges and overlooked. So there are around 2 billion people globally does not have access. And even the World Health Organization mentioned that around 3.2 die prematurely because of the air pollution and the biogas that they get from the, let's say, food solutions. So us in the program, we actually try to build that space where we bring those enablers. We bring the LPG, cylinders, renewables, to create that enabler ecosystem to bring all those partners together to solve that kind of issue that we are facing. And we cannot do that alone. This is a complex issue that we really need strategic stakeholders that share the same vision, mutual desire, the same objective to solve that in order to give a solution or order to support in that initiatives. In the program, we really look and oversee that and try to bring the perfect partners within those to enable that thing. So clean cooking, when we look at it, it's not just energy access. It's health, it's family, it's dignity. So when we talk again about partnerships, the most important elements when it comes to all of this, it's actually, and surprisingly, the human. When we have trust, respect, mutual decisions, it doesn't only becomes a project, it becomes a collective journey. And I think even with different, even within this panel, different, let's say, sectors and different jobs, but at the end of the day, what unites us all together, it's elevating humanity in a way or another. So that's how we look into partnerships, and that's how important it is to deliver. So I leave you with that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I feel like I'm detecting a theme here of the universality of the human condition, that the solutions we're finding are applicable to everyone. The stories that we tell, the dance, the technology we're developing, the need for safety, it's beautiful. Thank you. So I think we have just enough time for quick questions and answers. I have a second question for each of you. Sandra, how can we nurture a collective vision of the future that leads us to sustainability, perhaps even to an ecologically circular economy? Do you think popular culture and the media play a crucial role in developing this vision?
100%, and I want to say yes. Yasmin, you did something so well, because for fashion it goes the same way. It's all about emotion, and also what you said about the clean cooking. I think the biggest problem is we cannot pressurize people. Sustainability also in fashion, you know? You have to make them desire it. I always say sustainability is the new black, and creativity will make it chic. So it's really about finding a way, educate also people. I was always against fast fashion. I've been collecting fashion over 35 years. I believed that fashion is art. I was always prone to craftsmanship. I had so much passion for, when people embroidered something, when it was printed. I always looked for young designers, invested in their gradual collection, and then, some of them are now famous. It's education. You have to probably, and that's the point of the media, also celebrities. I mean, look at Taylor Swift. She wears something, it's sold out the next day. But educate them. Take away that step from fast fashion. And if you see the younger generations now, they're more into experiences. They're not about status symbols. They want to know the supply chain. They want to know where it's coming from and how it's done. I love that Chanel invests in all the artisan workshops, where, I went to Les Sages, where they do the embroideries. I did it myself, I saw it. And once you experience that, you get such a knowledge and also an appreciation for it. And you understand, because the most sustainable way to live is you invest in something good, you keep it for generations. And there's nothing more sustainable than that. And I think that goes for many, 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 sectors. And so education comes first as well. And I think now we're on a good way that we really invest in the core values. Where is it coming from? It's more about not, owning more. It's more creating value.
So we're ensuring that it's a positive narrative for people to engage with. Thank you. Pratibha, artistic traditions carry essential wisdom for our future. As we turn our focus to sustainability, how do you see traditional arts shaping the dialogue? How can the past guide us to a sustainable future?
Take you back.
Is that?
Is it on?
Yes.
I have to go back and forth a bit, because it's not a simple this or that situation, right?
It's difficult. We have about 1 minute.
Yeah, I know. So what I'm trying to say is that in our country just now, we started claiming our heritage, right? So like I said, we've been colonized for almost 200, 250 years, and most of the, first generation independence India felt a need to subscribe to a Western model. I mean, in dressing and speaking and, in what you do, and they were kind of ashamed of their own culture in many ways. So they did not really embrace the arts as they were, and did not embrace clothing as it was, or the languages that we speak. We speak almost about, we have about 28 languages written, scripted, and many more dialects. So what has happened, that we are kind of turning a circle. So right now, traditional artists, meaning dancers and musicians who practice and perform traditional arts, are not from traditional communities that we spoke about, earlier. And so they have started building bridges between communities, between generations, between people, and reclaiming our art forms, because arts are the most effective frontage of culture, the most effective representation of our culture. And so they've started claiming it and talking about it and speaking, the conversations around it. And right now we have something called the new education policy, which we're trying to implement from the school level, from the nursery level until universities, which is going to incorporate our cultural inheritance and a little bit of what arts, culture, cuisine, clothing, what we stand for as a people, who we are as a people. Because we've learned to believe that unless you're comfortable in your own identity and who you are, you cannot, walk the world as a proud Indian. And that is what we want to do. I mean, just like the Saudis are trying to reclaim their own inheritance and legacy, we're trying to do the same, because we've realized that we cannot subscribe to any Western notion of who we are.
So again,
we have to tell our own stories. We have to represent ourselves and speak about ourselves, and the most effective way of doing it is through our culture. So our children need to learn about who we are, our histories written by us, not written by Westerners. Our own history is written by us. The wars that we fought and we won, not the ones that we lost again and again, right? So we need to give confidence to these youngsters, to the children, to embrace all of it. All of it. I'm talking about history, culture, arts, traditional practice, language, and everything else, and to make them comfortable in a world with their own identities. And we're trying to change the education policy in our country towards that. And hopefully in the next couple of generations, we will have Indians who are proud to be Indians.
So it's the critical component of education.
Yeah, it is very, very critical. I mean,
thank you.
Yeah.
We'll have to move quickly, or Olga is going to tell me off. So, Yasmin, as relations between nations and cultures continue to widen and improve, do you see a vision of a sustainable future in which, in new works that are emerging, or has it always been there? How does the message express across multiple mediums? I think we'd probably have to wrap it up in a couple of sentences.
I'll try and keep my answer very short. I believe it's been there all along. It's always existed. It's just in what form we communicate now. And I think to sum it up, it's digital. I mean, we're in a digital world, technology. As you touched upon AI, there's so many different mediums that go cross global in a much faster pace than the more, I'd say, traditional methods. So it's not to say it didn't exist before, but I think the capacity and the way in which we share and the sustainability kind of projects itself is different.
And much faster and cross-border,
Much faster.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I kept it short.
Thank you. Martha, how do you find new technologies help with your envisioning process? And by giving you new mediums to work with, you spoke about the work you produced recently, do you believe innovation helps us achieve sustainability, not just in terms of technical developments, but also in terms of our collective identity?
Do I think technology does that?
Does it help with the process?
Does it help with the process? Yes, although I want to just say that we went to the desert yesterday and that was away from everything to do with lights. Sorry, oh, it went off. Am I back again? Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry. Yes, we talk a lot about innovation and technology and arts and sustainability. I just want to say that we must always remember that at the core essence of being human, we're not ultimately reliant on machinery. We have something inside of us that's, if you like, a source code. And I find I always want to go back to that place of complete stillness. We went to the desert yesterday. It was so enriching and beautiful and quiet, and one could have that moment of solitude with nature. So I just want to sort of always balance this idea about, do I think the driver of technology? I mean, artists can make art with their bodies, dancing, and it's not a necessity, it's not inevitable. Artists are disruptors. You'll often find societally they will go against the grain. They will hold up a mirror and go, no, we're not interested in this. We're going in the other direction than the force of the corporation, or dare I even say the matrix at times. So I think that it's not a direct answer, I suppose, because I want to always protect that idea of a purity that's sustained beyond all invention, if you like.
It sounds like technology and innovation are coincidental, that they have an influence, but it's not the core message.
I do
Thank
just,
you.
yes,
if you will.
yes, exactly, a
Beautiful.
catalyst, exactly right. But I think arts must be supported always, and they're in danger of being thrown to the bottom of the heap when we scrabble around in the challenges of survival and economics. But many people have said this in this incredible 3-day forum, but I would absolutely say essential, essential.
Thank you so much. And Noura, we'll have to go quickly. I'm going to get told off, I'm sure. Energy needs are growing, and at an incredible rate. AI technologies alone have such high energy needs that power plants are being fired up just for data centers. Hydrocarbons are an essential part of any sustainable global energy solution. How do you see emerging technological innovation helping us to achieve a sustainable future for energy? If you can sum up briefly, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I like to give things with very specific examples. So in our program, we have a full track that works on future materials. And when we say future materials, it's really materials that includes hydrocarbon, for example, in building, constructions, building walls, pipes, and what have you. We do have an initiative that calls polymer affordable housing. And the story of that initiative is, if we look into there's over 300 million shortage in housing in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's also, there's a projection of 130 million until 2050, so there's a big gap. So that initiative alone would really help address the housing situations also in families and elevating human lives. So any efforts to reduce the cost along the road will help to address and help the challenge of the housing. So we work on cost-effective material, affordable energy solution from solar to mini grids, and then also financial solutions where sometimes you need to bring the public-private partnerships into the table. And we actually had a pilot in Rwanda, working with the government, with their housing agenda, using those, what we call future materials that comes from hydrocarbon to address that challenge in a way. So this is maybe just a brief on how these future materials are addressing. I did mention clean cooking, which is really the outcome of it is providing warm food to family. And then on the other extreme, I'm addressing future materials where actually you're building houses for people and addressing the challenges that we're having. Both different extreme challenges, yet I come back and I say address the same value, same mission in elevating humanity. So I would end with that.
Thank you so much. So with the impossible task of summarizing such a beautiful range of perspectives, it sounds to me like each step of the way we're exploring universal, eternal themes of fundamental human needs that express themselves culturally, technologically, socially, and it seems that we're in a room full of people dedicated to this task. Thank you so much to my panelists. Thank you so much for your presence as an audience. A round of applause, please, for my panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, before we conclude today, we would like to hear a few speeches. Let's start first with Her Royal Highness, Princess Noura Al Saud, patron, Creative Women Forum, founder of Raccoon Creative Exchange. Please welcome to the stage Princess Noura.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السمو والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، حين يجتمع هذا القدر من الإبداع في مكان واحد يصبح الختام مجرد بداية. على مدى الأيام الماضية استمعنا، تبادلنا، أبدعنا، تعلمنا، ورأينا بأعيننا كيف تتحول الأفكار إلى روابط والحوارات إلى بذور لمستقبل مشترك. من جامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن، هذا الصرح الذي يحمل اسم امرأة جعلت من التعليم بوابة للتمكين، ومن المعرفة رسالة خالدة. نختتم المنتدى ونحن نحمل معنا روح التعاون وشعلة الإلهام التي لا تنطفئ. في كل جلسة وفي كل حوار دار هنا رأينا أفكاراً تتحول إلى اتجاهات ومبادرات تتشكل من واقع التجربة. النساء اللاتي اجتمعنا في هذا المنتدى لم يأتينا للحديث فقط، بل جئنا ليصنعنا الفرق، وترجمنا الإيمان إلى أثر والرؤية إلى خطوات عملية. أشكر كل من شارك وأسهم في إنجاح هذا الحمل من المنظمات والفرق والجهات الداعمة، وأخص بالشكر كل امرأة شاركت بفكرها بقصتها وبإيمانها بأن الإبداع مسؤولية وأمل. نلتقي في كل عام لا لنكرر ما تحقق بل لنضيف إليه ولنواصل معا رحلة التمكين والمشاركة والاستدامة. شكراً لحضوركم ولكل من جعل هذا المنتدى مساحة تنبض بالإلهام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, as we reach the close of this year's Creative Women Forum, I am reminded that creativity rarely ends where we expect it to. It carries on quietly, in the conversations that linger and in the small decisions that shape what comes next. Over the past few days, we have seen creativity in motion, not as performance, but as a process. Women questioning, building, and reimagining what leadership can look like. We have seen how courage often begins in collaboration, and how the act of sharing knowledge can open entirely new paths forward. What endures from this forum is not the agenda we followed. Thank you, Olga, for making us follow it, though. But the spirit that filled every space, a spirit of generosity, curiosity, and shared belief that progress begins when we listen to one another. Here at Princess Noura Bint Abdulrahman University, a place that honors a legacy of knowledge and empowerment, we close not with conclusions, but with continuity, with the understanding that this dialogue must keep evolving, and that its impact will be written by all of you who carry it forward. To our partners, organizers, and every team member behind the scenes, thank you. And to the women who stood on the stage and those who filled these seats, your insight, your courage, and your determination are the reason that this forum is more than an event. It is a living network of change. And as we look ahead, may the connections made here turn into collaborations that matter. And may the inspiration you found here translate into work that leaves a mark. Thank you for being a part of this moment, for shaping with us a story that keeps unfolding. Until we meet again, may your path stay creative, your work meaningful, and your influence enduring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Thank you very much. We are very proud and actually lucky to have such powerful and strong women like Your Royal Highness around us. So, moving to our next speech, Ms. Olga, please welcome to the stage Ms. Olga Balakleitz, CEO of Venus Global Events, founder and CEO of Creative Women Platforms. Just to plug Olga.
Thank you very much. I prepared myself for the opening speech, but not for the closing, but my heart is full of emotions. We did it. We went through these 3 very intense days, and we had so much talent and knowledge here on the stage. I can see, I know, I can feel that many of you made new friends, been inspired by many new ideas, made business connections, and hopefully developed creativity. Of course, it is very much about gratitude and expressing gratitude. And of course, it goes to our dearest patron, Her Royal Highness Princess Noura, Saud, in believing in us, in this project, in our organization. She is a leader, she is a visionary, and such an amazingly beautiful human being. And every day, we admire her more and more. We are very grateful to the university, to Women Leadership Center at Princess Noura University. You've been a wonderful host. We've seen many students who didn't come on every day, and they're promising in the future to be better. But it's been such a privilege to be hosted by world's largest female university, to be here to bring many wonderful women speakers, women and men. Hopefully it was an inspiration and a great learning process. And of course, we very much look forward to developing this relationship in the future. We would like to thank all our partners. I've been already thanking them many times. I will not be naming them all now, but the gratitude is total. We have a grand finale in a short while, and of course there I will be announcing every single partner and sponsor. Without your support, this forum would not be possible. We are very, very grateful. Thank you so much, all our friends, all our speakers, all our representatives who dropped everything and came here to be with us at this forum for the second edition of Creative Women Forum. And my very, very deep and very special gratitude, of course, goes to my dearest friend and the forum's executive director, Rebecca Riofrio. She has been working so, so hard for such a long time. Bravo, Rebecca, and we are so, so grateful for working hard, for making it very, very special for each of you to come and to feel guided. She gave so much dedication and care and love. Thank you. Very, very grateful. We're very, very grateful to Alexandra. She's been working so hard all this time and during the last few days. We're very grateful to Elvis, who, in spite of big difficulties which he faced in the last few days, he nevertheless stood by us and was here for us all these days. Thank you very, very much, Elvis, and all our wonderful team. Audrey, Montana, Maurizio, thank you so much, because without a team, you cannot create something like this.